Hello, everyone. I'm back. Wait, is there an ad break? Oh, fuck. I didn't know. I wish I were a bird. Yes. Let's learn. It's time to train the Bryans today, imps. Brian training arc. I'm drawing some birds right now. All right. Yeah. For I always need to remind chat that Comrade Nikki is an artist. She is very much. She has like a 5-year plan of her art journey. Lilith best. Lilith is best. Why am I? Hello. All right, everybody. I'm gonna get Comrade Nikki on. So hold on. Wait. What? Hello. Why is Comrade Nikki so you? Why is your hold on? Let me just fix your Fujitech. Jesus Christ! What did I do? Oh no!
Hello?
Yeah, you kind of need to change your PFP soon.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. No. I'm just I'm just saying. But anyway, Comrade Nikki, how are you?
A little tired, but good.
That's good. All right, let's move on to our other scene so that we can start. Wait, why am I here? Why am I here? Where am I? Okay, there we go. All right. Hey, is Comrade Nikki on? Comrade Nikki, I think you're muted.
Yeah, just a sec. Give me a minute.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, when as Comrade Nikki gets ready, everybody. So last time we learned how to take the toothbrushes. Yeah, yes. I think right now we're gonna have to do the. Where were we? We finished. Oh, okay. So today we're gonna discuss Marx's law of value. Damn. Okay, that's not my. Okay, to be honest, I'm not. It's not my favorite, but you know, it's something that we have to learn. And then after the Marx law of value, we're gonna do commodity fetishism, and then the base and superstructure, and then alienation. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, Comrade Nikki, we're gonna start with Marxist law of value.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Hold on, let me just adjust my audio. Okay, let me. Okay.
Thought. This video was made in collaboration with Second Thought. We made an accompanying video over on his channel about why so many young people are becoming socialists, which you'll find linked in the description box below. So get over there after this and subscribe for great weekly socialist videos. Right, I'm gonna level with you. The world is fecked. Completely, utterly fecked. Young people living through the second major economic crisis of our lifetimes during the COVID-19 pandemic? Shite. Being forced to work in the gig economy or other precarious jobs with no contracts? Shite. Worker productivity increasing steadily for nearly half a century while real wages have remained stagnant? Shite. At the same time, housing, healthcare, education, and all of life's basic necessities getting more and more expensive and inaccessible for normal working people? Shite. No clear end in sight for this progressively deteriorating situation emerging from the continuing boom and bust cycles of our economy?
Hold up. Why did it start? Okay,
How do employers make their money? Where do profits come from? How can these profits be maximised? Today we're going to dive into Karl Marx's law of value to unveil the answers to these burning
Hooray!
questions of our time and more. Get the notepads out and let's go. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. Well, at least they're usually pretty short. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. If you'd like to support Marxist educational content and you're in a position to do so, then toss €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep this series going. Marx begins Capital Volume 1 by stating that the wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. So, what is a commodity? At its most basic level, a commodity is a product that is created for exchange in order to make money. Take for example a chair that is bought and sold in a shop. That chair will be purchased by a consumer for their own personal use from a capitalist who seeks to realise a profit from the exchange. As suggested from this, commodities like our chair contain both use value and exchange value within them. A commodity's use value is simply that which it is useful for. Our chair is used for sitting on, for comfort, and maybe for aesthetic purposes if it's a particularly handsome chair, which it is. A commodity's exchange value is that ratio at which it is exchanged for something else. For example, one chair could be exchanged for 20 hats or 60 kilograms of rice. Of course, it's not very practical to carry around 20 hats or 60 kilograms of rice, and the seller of the chair may not even need them. So instead, we use money as the universal equivalent. So our chair could instead be exchanged for €100. It's a very, very handsome chair. This price of €100 then represents the exchange value of the chair. But what determines the ratio at which different commodities are exchanged? Why is one handsome chair equivalent to 20 hats or €100? Exchange value is determined by a product's value, which is determined by the socially necessary labour time required to produce it. So the price that you see in a shop is not the product's actual value in and of itself, but rather, assuming supply and demand are in equilibrium, an estimate of the product's value, which is, again, determined by the socially necessary labour time that has been required to produce it. The chair's price of €100 is an estimate of how much socially necessary labour time has gone into its production. So, to quickly reiterate, there's use value, exchange value, and value. Use value is a product's usefulness. Exchange value is the ratio at which one commodity can be exchanged for another, usually represented by the universal equivalent of the money commodity. Value is the socially necessary labour time required to create the product. Our chair's use value is that it can be sat upon and enjoyed for its handsomeness. Our chair's exchange value is equivalent to €100. Our chair's value is the socially necessary labour time that it took to produce. Let's say 4 hours. So, for Marx, value isn't just some subjective phenomenon, but rather objectively determined by labour, hence the labour theory of value, or LTV. But Marx wasn't the first person to theorise the labour theory of value. Liberal political economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo also employed versions of the labour theory of value long before Marx. However, it was Marx who was able to clarify that it isn't just any old form of labour that creates value, but rather socially necessary labour. That is, labour that meets the wants and needs of society in one way or another. Labour that produces use value. 4 hours spent working on the creation of our handsome chair is useful, it creates value. 4 hours spent running around a city hammering random rocks, while certainly difficult and even laborious, isn't producing anything of use for anyone, so it's not socially necessary labour and does not produce value. Furthermore, our chair isn't going to be twice as valuable if I decide to work slowly and it takes me double the amount of time to complete, nor half as valuable if I work at double speed. Socially necessary labour time is determined by the average amount of labour required in average conditions with average tools to produce. For one person, they may be able to produce the chair in 3 hours. For another, it may take 5 hours. The socially necessary labour time then, in this case, would be the average between them, 4 hours. Of course, with technological development and automation, with the development of productive forces, the socially necessary labour time decreases, and with it, the value of the product and the capitalist's potential for realising profit also decreases. Which, as you can imagine if you think of this tendency of the rate of profit to fall on a societal scale, has troubling implications for the capitalist ruling class. A chair that once required 4 hours of socially necessary labour may now be produced in 1 hour with the aid of machines, so its exchange value represented in price is forced to represent its new lower value, meaning the use value of the commodity remains the same but the exchange value decreases, and subsequently less profits can be derived from the same commodity. But let's put the magnitude of profits aside for now. How is it that capitalists end up with these profits in the first place? Where exactly do they come from? One of Marx's most important contributions to the labour theory of value, to this Marxist law of value more broadly, is his analysis of surplus value and the exploitation of labour. In order to understand where capitalists' profits come from, we need to understand wage labour. Capitalism relies on the proletariat selling its capacity to labour to the capitalist for fixed periods of time, whether that's an hourly wage or an annual salary. The important point is that workers don't sell their labour directly, but rather they sell their ability to do labour for a given period of time. That is, workers sell their labour power through this system of wage labour. And this selling of labour power, the capacity to do work over a period of time, rather than labour itself, facilitates the extraction of surplus value from workers hidden within the production process. The end result is that, while a worker may get paid for working for 4 hours, the worker is not getting paid the full value of that 4 hours work. And in fact, the only reason that the worker's been hired to do this wage labour is because the capitalist knows that the worker is going to produce more value than the capitalist is going to pay for it. Let's take a look at the general formula of capital to see this in action. The capitalist starts off with money, M, then he purchases commodities, C, then he sells commodities and ends up with more money than he initially spent, M prime, the added value being represented by the prime. Now, value is not created by circulation, by simply trading back and forth, but rather, value is created by socially necessary labour. So therefore, if the capitalist wants to make a profit, then the value-producing commodity he has to purchase will be labour power. So the capitalist purchases this commodity, then sells the product of this labour power to realise the profit. The capitalist can then use that profit to purchase more commodities to realise greater profits, and so on into infinity. But this MCM circuit is perhaps a little bit simplistic and doesn't fully reveal where the profit comes from, instead just showing us that it exists by the end. So let's look at the expanded form of the general formula of capital to pinpoint it exactly. Our capitalist friend starts with money, M. With this money he's going to purchase two things, that is, two types of commodities. Labour power, LP, in the form of wage labour based on hourly, daily, weekly or monthly wages, which is referred to as variable capital, and means of production, MOP, the tools needed for production, the factory, as well as the raw materials necessary for said production. Importantly, these contain a certain amount of dead labour congealed within them due to the previous labour that was necessary to produce them, like cutting down the trees for wood, like the manufacturing of the tools, and so on. And this value will be passed on to the final product, which is why we also refer to this as constant capital, though this doesn't create new value like variable capital does. So, our capitalist friend has purchased these commodities, labour power and the means of production, and now we proceed to the actual production process, P, through which living labour creates new value. The result of this production is that a new commodity has been created, C prime, which contains value over and above the value that had been spent on the earlier commodities of labour power and means of production. That is, surplus value has now suddenly appeared. And this surplus value is realised in profit when the capitalist takes that new commodity to the market and sells it for a sum of money greater than what they paid initially for labour power and means of production, M prime. Let's run through that again using our handsome chair to demonstrate. Our capitalist starts off with €60. He uses €20 to purchase the wood, the hammer, the nails, etc. necessary for this chair, the means of production. He uses the remaining €40 to purchase 4 hours of labour power from a worker. The worker then gets to work on the creation of this chair in the production process. And the final result of that is a finished handsome chair imbued with value over and above that which was spent on the labour power and the means of production. So now the capitalist can take this new chair to the market and, assuming supply and demand are in equilibrium, sell it for €100 to realise a profit of €40 over and above the initial sum of money spent. But how can this be? Well, we know that €20 was transferred into it through the dead labour imbued within the raw materials and tools used for its production, the constant capital. But this means that €80 has been generated from living labour in the production process, the variable capital. €40 of this was paid to the worker for 4 hours of their labour power, but this leaves a further €40 remaining as a surplus. So while the worker worked for 4 hours and was paid €40 for working for 4 hours, the worker actually produced value translating to €80 over that period. The worker was only compensated for half the value of their labour, and the capitalist made off with the rest. The €40 profit that the capitalist realised is the unpaid labour of the worker. The value of the labour was realised as €80, while the worker only received €40 as payment for their labour power. The capitalist paid €40 for something that was worth double that. The labour power was then purchased at a lower cost than the labour itself produced within that period of time. So now we see how, while the worker was paid for working for 4 hours, they were not paid for 4 hours' work. And this wouldn't be a unique situation. The entire capitalist system is premised on capitalists appropriating the unpaid labour of the proletariat through wage labour and this purchasing of labour power, which enables the hidden exploitation of labour. Only half of the time spent working in this situation was actually necessary labour, that is, labour necessary to cover the costs of the worker's wage. The other half was surplus labour, labour that produced surplus value which was then appropriated by the capitalists. 2 hours of necessary labour and 2 hours of surplus labour. For every hour that was worked, only half of that hour was necessary to cover the €10 paid in hourly wages, while a further half hour was worked for free, and the capitalist pocketed the value generated by it. If this surplus labour hadn't taken place, then the commodity that resulted from the production process wouldn't have any surplus value imbued within it, meaning the capitalist wouldn't be able to realise a profit and would instead just break even. Exploitation, this appropriation of the proletariat's unpaid labour, is a necessary condition for capitalism. And there are different levels of exploitation that may occur. The rate of exploitation can be measured by S over V, or the surplus value over the variable capital. Here, the surplus value is manifested in the profit of €40, while the variable capital is the amount spent on wages, which is also €40. So that'd be 40 over 40, meaning a rate of exploitation of 100%. If the profit was €20, it'd be 20 over 40 and the rate of exploitation would be 50%. If the profit was €80, then the rate of exploitation would be 200%. Again, always assuming supply and demand are in equilibrium. And a higher rate of exploitation is precisely what capitalists continually strive for, leading to higher profit margins for them. Not due to any malice, ill intent or moral failures on their behalf, but simply because the system of capitalism necessitates it in order to perpetuate itself. So how might they do that? How do capitalists maximise surplus value? Let's recall that time spent labouring is divided into 2 sections. Necessary labour, which covers the cost of wages, and surplus labour, which generates value above and beyond that paid to the worker. It's in the interest of the capitalist's profits to make it so that there's as little necessary labour as possible and as much surplus labour as possible. The first way they can do this, and have done this historically, is by augmenting the length of the working day. This increases what's called absolute surplus value. However, as a result of organised labour action, many countries now have limits to the number of hours a person can work a particular job, generally about 40 hours a week. This means that, aside from snatching a few extra minutes here and there before or after work or during the lunch break, absolute surplus value is no longer the most viable route for maximising surplus value. Instead, capitalists turn to increasing what's called relative surplus value. This means keeping the overall number of hours worked as they are, but instead simply maximising the surplus labour within that time period by or wages, which will reduce the necessary labour and increase surplus labour. There are other ways that a capitalist might attempt to increase relative surplus value, and we see this playing out, for example, in the gig economy and with zero-hour contracts. But the main ways that relative surplus value will be increased generally comes down to either intensification of labour or reducing the cost of labour by various ways and means. Today we've taken a look at the Marxist law of value. We began by looking at commodities, their use value, what they're useful for, exchange value, the proportion at which they can be exchanged for other commodities, usually represented by the universal equivalent of money, and the determining factor of their overall value, socially necessary labour time. We then proceeded to look at Marx's law of value as distinguished from other versions of the labour theory of value and the importance of understanding that it's only socially necessary labour that produces value. We then moved on to analysing wage labour and the process by which a capitalist purchases labour power rather than labour directly, and how this conceals the capitalist's appropriation of the worker's unpaid labour. We pinpointed the location in the process of production at which this occurs by looking at the expanded general formula of capital to reveal the point at which necessary labour and surplus labour take place, bringing to light the capitalist's exploitation of the worker. We also demonstrated how this exploitation can even be measured, surplus value over variable capital, so that we can see in plain sight the rate of exploitation occurring. Lastly, we proceeded to look at how the capitalist seeks to maximise this exploitation by increasing absolute surplus value through longer working hours and increasing relative surplus value by intensifying labour and reducing its cost. This is the Marxist law of value. However, we've only really begun to scratch the surface of it. To get a thorough understanding of Marx's law of value and all of its components, you'll need to dive into the reading yourself. There's a full reading list on this topic in the description box below, including various other sources like podcasts and some great YouTube videos to help supplement your study. Hopefully this video will make things a little bit easier for you as you're working through that reading. Thanks very much to the supporters on Patreon who've made this video possible. Thank you Ian McShay, Ugopnik and
Okay. Now we're getting into a lot more complicated shit. But anyway, yeah, if you want to learn if you want to read up more on it, like that's the thing about being a communist or being a socialist, you have to do your own reading in order for you to expand on certain ideas. And the purpose of this is to just introduce the terms. And I think it's the onus is on you guys to, like, you know, follow up on your education and your own kind of like study. Yagopnik is chill. Yeah. I like listening to the D program. Him, JT, and Hakim. It's called struggle for a reason. Yeah, we struggle in every single aspect. We have to struggle against the way we were socialized and all the biases that we have learned over the years, right? And we also have to struggle within our social circles. You know, sometimes we have to let go of certain friends if the contradictions are not resolving. You know, if there are no compromises, then we have to let go of certain people in our lives. But I guess that's just life, you know. May I have the link so I can look up additional reading mat? Yeah, it's the same as the last one though. It's all in here. I've only read about the LTV. Hello? Sorry?
Yeah. So the labor theory of value is like the fundamental law of our society, and it's one thing that is not taught to us. And we literally have a whole day called Labor Day to recognize the value of labor, but from this book that I'm still reading, right? We're talking about how in capitalist philosophy, we all are made to think or believe that value just generates by itself, that no labor goes behind it. Like you buy a phone with something of value that has magically appeared.
Yeah, that's where commodity fetishism comes in, right? So
yes,
yeah,
that's exactly what the book said. That because children are also produced through labor. We literally call it labor, giving birth.
Yeah.
But we all think that life just forms inside a woman.
It just pops out. So right? It just pops out of the vajayjay without anything, right? Like without.
Yeah.
Just the woman is just like gestating whatever for however the fuck months the child needs to be born, and after that, like magic. It's a child, but without.
They said life is the ultimate commodity fetishization. Exactly what you said. That's what life is the ultimate commodity.
Exactly. Like it's just like do you understand what a woman goes through? Like gestating life inside of her, like literally, like you will experience different things like hair loss, your teeth will fall out.
Diabetes.
Yes, like diabetes, you'll develop type 2 diabetes, or you could die. You could fucking die simply for giving life. You could lose your own life for giving another life.
Yeah, because the human species is the most dangerous pregnancy on this planet. I did not know that
Right?
until recently. Yeah. It's meant to consume the gestating person,
Yeah, it's
which is why like the morbidity rate is very high in human pregnancy.
exactly, and it's the fetus is a literal parasite. Like it's not even. Yeah.
We were all little parasites.
Yeah, we are. We're literally those fucking, like, the alien movies.
Mm.
The fucking alien that comes out of the fucking chest. We're literally those.
So the labor theory of value, I remember like reading this when it comes to social reproduction. Like Marx lifted the curtain
Yeah.
behind about what goes on behind production. Like he lifted the curtain and showed the world that look, what is going behind all this factories and stuff is just plain exploitation. It is
Yeah.
horrible.
The
But then
iPhone.
Marxist feminists,
Yeah.
like because like whatever, since Marx and Engels were men, they had that blind spot.
Yeah.
It's
True.
understandable.
Yeah.
They did not think of social reproduction as also a form of labor that's getting exploited. So Marxist feminists, I think this is the most, at least as a woman, of course, I feel that way, that the most
Yeah.
important application of labor theory is to lift the curtain behind the curtain.
Yeah.
So you lift the curtain, you see exploited workers, and you lift the curtain behind them, you see a whole host of care workers, enabling these workers to produce the value for the capitalists.
For real.
So this is the emotional labor, domestic labor,
I
care
think
work.
also Angela Davis mentioned that in one of her works.
Yes,
Yeah.
she talks about this. Yes.
Man, we're so women are so super exploited. Damn. Like when I think about it, wait, what the fuck? Our moms are all whores. Holy shit.
Yes, we're all surrogates and whores.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're
My
all
sister
whores.
was talking about this colleague of hers whose wife is away, and it was a Wednesday, and he came in casual clothes to work, and everyone's like, "Why are you wearing casual clothes? The Wednesday, not a Friday, you're supposed to wear business formals." And his excuse was, "My wife is away, and my clothes have not been given to the laundry, or they haven't been ironed."
Wow.
I mean,
Wow. Damn. Okay. I can't.
I know I am now teaching my 70-year-old dad to serve himself food. Because if he's just gone through life with food, someone serving it, and someone will pick it up after he's done. It's just taken for granted.
The thing is, like, yeah, that's like that. Women are like, we are socialized from we were still girls. That like, the boys are just out there, and the girls are supposed to help in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Or like we're just supposed to just do fucking. We're just supposed to know all about domestic labor. Like chores, cleaning, cooking, doing laundry, all that fucking shit. Like, damn, what the hell? And we have like grown ass men walking around, literally looking for bang maids for wives. Like, dog, you're not looking for a wife, you're looking for a bang maid, bro.
Yeah. Which is why, like last time we were discussing sex work, I thought us like our moms were. They did sex work, giving birth to us, required sex work, and then required gestation work, and then required care work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not you. You don't even have to be a trad wife. Under capitalism, we're unwilling trad wives. It's just a matter of perspective, you know.
Yeah.
Every human is a xenomorph. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I want to say. A xenomorph. Those fucking aliens that come out of the fucking body. I usually go on vibes. If someone doesn't seem like a piece of shit and has good intentions, I can be chill with whoever. Over stuff like how to deal with the problems of jail is not like the value of human life, though. What's that? What's going on in the chat? Something's brewing. I think if you can respectfully disagree with someone politically or in many other instances, you can stay friends. There's a hard line for me though. I could never be friends with someone who supports Israel. That's just a hard line for me. I'm sorry, dog. If you support Israel, we're probably not aligned with other things as well. So, good luck, Chuckle Nuts. Wait, a stork doesn't deliver the child already as a toddler? You know, the cabbage patch kids. No, it's not bang mate, it's bang maid. You want someone who doubles as a whore and a maid. It's a bang maid. Like Bang Dream. The anime. Bang maid.
Yes,
Not to mention humans.
it is always
to
hilarious
walk
to
properly.
me that on May 1st you'll see all companies wishing Happy Labor Day.
They don't really understand.
And it's also the one day where like white collar workers get to relax while blue collar and informal workers continue
it
to
goes
suffer.
on. Yeah, it goes on. Like there's no Labor Day for blue collar people. No such thing. Yeah, it's a bang maid. You want a bang? Yeah, the video about the trad wives of TikTok mentally scared me. The whole
The
concept.
labor theory of value is also why I don't agree with pretty much all artists when they come to AI and they're crying about AI stealing from them. And like today also I saw a post by Procreate. I love Procreate, but they reposted some artist who drew this like made by human intelligence, and then the artist interviewed, she's talking about she just wanted to make something original to show that it's not AI. But it's just so ridiculous because as artists, the tools we use to make art, whether it is traditional media or digital media, have been produced through exploitation of workers. Like that is the labor theory of value right there. And here we're crying about, I mean, it's okay to cry about that if AI is taking away jobs, of course, it's a very valid problem. But I just don't like that how so one-sided. They're only concerned about when it affects them, but will not care about
the exploitation and other aspects of art. Okay.
Yeah, like
because I don't really have like I didn't look into this because I'm a different artist. I make music. I don't make illustrations and art. So it's hard for them to like. I mean, already there are some AI voices that could copy voices, but it doesn't really replicate human emotion. So I'm gonna be. Yeah. I don't really have a skin in the game, so I don't really talk about this.
Same thing with illustration, AI art, or even AI writing. It becomes, I think, quite evident. I think one day they will become really human-like, and we won't really tear them apart.
That is really scary.
I mean, the threat. Why do you have to, compare human-made art and AI art? Because we live in a system that is based on competition. You have to compete against machines now. So instead of addressing that, and these artists will also cry about the problems that they're facing, very valid problems, but also perpetuate the same systems and processes that create this kind of problems.
For example?
Like competition, right? They crying about having to compete with artists, but they also support ideas of copyright and intellectual property. They don't see that everything that is produced is socially produced. Humans cannot produce anything on their own because anything you use either comes from nature or already has some labor that's already fed into the supply chain, and exploitation has already happened, which we use a labor theory of value to understand.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, that makes so much sense. You have to make videos conveying Marxist ideas using anime so people can understand. LLM's products exploit in two ways. Outright standard exploitation of workers in the third world who train and fine-tune the algorithm, and two, plagiarism from already existing human labor codified in illustration, writing, etc. John Cornwell. Imagine if someone made an anime of Michael Parenti Yellow Speech. Yeah, plagiarism isn't real. Originality is a myth. That is such an interesting take. I think a lot of people would cancel you, Kamran Nikki.
I know, which is why in art circles I do not say anything, because artists are so sensitive about this thing. But maybe one day, if I'm like really established, and I may say it out loud. But it's true. Like literally in art, we are taught how you develop a style. You copy one artist, they will call you a plagiarist, whatever. I don't know what's the word for it. But if you copy 10 different artists and you've created a style of your own, oh wow, you're so original. It's literally that.
Oh my
like
god,
any
it's
artist
the same with
yeah.
music. It's the same
Yeah.
with music. Oh my god, I used to have a band where, okay, like we wanted to make something like, you know, like original, like when we made it, it sounds so like, whoa, what the fuck is this? But then, you know what, our influences are 10 bands or like 15 bands smashed into one.
Exactly. So authorship can only ever be co-authorship. We cannot produce anything without using socially produced value already. So instead, but the thing is, we feel compelled to compete because we live in a system based on competition, which is
That's
capitalism.
true. We are forced, or rather, these values are kind of like at the back of our heads that we're just autopiloting into, like, oh yeah, I'm in this industry, therefore I must compete, because if I don't, I will get drowned out by other artists who are, you know, are more rabid in competition, like are more driven to compete. But the thing is, I don't want that. I don't want to do that. You know, I don't want to compete. Remember those times where I told you about my insecurities regarding, like, you know, like
Yeah,
what would
someone's
be,
copying you.
yeah, or what would
It was flattery, right?
It was?
I mean, imitation is the best form of flattery. So
Yeah, but the thing is, like, at the time, my what do you call this? My mindset was like, you know, like I can't, I'm like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? Like, am I gonna lose my spot or my niche or whatever? But the thing is, no, that's why there are different bands. That's why there are like so many bands under one genre. Because literally, like, no, like just because another person and another band exists, it doesn't mean that this band will cease to exist, you know? As long as you keep on making music, many people will still listen to you, you know? So,
and look at what they've done with like intellectual property and whatever, right? Like literally diabetes medication, the person who developed insulin wanted it to be free or like for like $1. And now it's like
right?
what? $400, $800 because of IP?
At the very least in the United States, I think that's they kind of like they were price gouging all kinds of medications, actually, not just diabetes. But if that's why a lot of, like, for Floridians go to Cuba to get those diabetes medications. It's so fucked up.
And all of art, like modern contemporary art, you know, you'll trace back his influence to Picasso, right? Picasso fundamentally changed perspective in art. But that motherfucker was just copying African art. He just went to their museums where there was African art. I think he even went down to Africa. And what we call Cubism, that Picasso, his style that he developed, Cubism, right? It did not conform to normal perspectives, realism in art.
Okay.
All of it is like he literally just copied off African art.
My God.
And and now these artists are like, we're all influenced directly. We're all influenced by Picasso, by like directly or indirectly, and they want to call it original. Like not even like there's no compensation went to Africans for having their art stolen and then copied by the rest of the world.
Yo, I didn't know that Picasso got inspiration or like, copied African art. Damn. Okay.
Yeah. Like the way he drew his eyes and face, like if you've seen any of his art, and if you've seen African sculptures and statuettes,
it's the same.
the long faces that don't conform to reality.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, so
that is okay. That's messed up. And to
it's
think,
the same thing with music.
Yeah, same.
Like, most, I think, African Americans or Africans around the world, hip hop, jazz, pop, disco, everything has come from the black community.
Like because even rock and metal, because it came from jazz, and jazz was made by Africans. Or rather, was jazz created by like African Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody owes a lot to Africans. And they're the most exploited people on planet Earth, and the most like target of like like discrimination for like 500 years now or more.
Yeah, I also think it's like now it's become so pervasive, right? But there's the Western individualistic mindset that my art needs to be different from others, otherwise there isn't value in it. We don't hear those kind of stories from Asian artists, like not contemporary, I mean cultural, traditional. Our tradition was like they celebrated more universal aspects, so it's aesthetic or whatever it is. But now the focus is so much on, how are you different from others? Why do I have to be different from others? Do I not have value if I'm not different from others? 8 billion people.
That is true. Like it's such a like a internalized hyper individualism. That I must like break the ceiling, or I don't know, like pave my own path or whatever the fuck. But like no, you're not. You're standing on the shoulder of giants. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think I shared something on Instagram with you. I think that resonated with you about how any art that you create, music, illustration, whatever, it's only really nice if it's community. The ideas come from like community versus one person's sole vision, which doesn't even exist, to be honest. And I watched this video where someone talked about Kanye and why he's such a great artist. As an artist, he's genius. Like I absolutely agree with that.
Kanye?
But yeah, I mean, some of his stuff is really good.
Okay. I don't really listen to him.
Really good. It may be not your genre, but in that genre, some of the things he's done, he's really pushed boundaries. And like artistically, he can be. I mean, I think now he's just gone off on some other trail, but there was the old Kanye who was really talented. But the thing he used to do, that made him so great, is that because he had the means also, he would book a resort on an island somewhere and fly like 20, 30 different artists, all the top ones. And he would brainstorm with them. He outright collaborates, but he would also brainstorm with them. That's why his stuff is not just him. It's great because it's not just him.
Because there was a lot of input from different people.
Yes, it's socially produced.
Damn.
But the
Kanye West produced socialist music. Oh fuck. Okay. This is so funny when you when you think about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? All right. Let's lead from the chat. Imagine having the ability to mass produce just about anything, yet still having people starve. Capitalism is so efficient. For real. Copyright is an idea is bullshit when you consider that most works of art by their nature are derivative of other things that you experienced in the past, etc. Yeah. I don't mean plagiarism in terms of intellectual property, but the labor present in concrete manifestations. It's even more obvious with music because like so much music just uses the same like like you can only use the same you can only use the same chord progression, especially if it's in if it's with the guitar, right? Like if it's with like Western musical instruments, like there would be probably some variations in, like, for example, like Oriental music, like in the East, or like like in Iran. They have different instruments that they have tones that can't be captured in the guitar, so they use different chord progressions in that case, and they have different trajectory on the nature of their chord progressions, have a different route than the Western contemporary music, which makes it even really exciting. I don't know, I just like the what do you call this, the variation in there. Who wants to pitch in to get an animator to make this a reality, by the way? The only real culture that the US has ever created was all done by African Americans, to be honest. Yeah. A lot of people, popular culture grows out of struggles and making the best of your situation, I feel. Is the stream gonna deal with Hegel's master and slave dialect? I don't think so. This is what social. Yo, dude, bro. This is
we never
Socialism
really studied
101.
Hegel's.
Why would we do that? What's the point?
I mean, aren't we suffering enough already?
Yeah, like you can do that by yourself. I don't want to fucking do that, bro. The 808s and Heartbreak was a really good album that was ruined for me with his anti-Semitism. Okay, well, yeah, he's gone on a different. Gone on a deep end, yeah. Greens, my lady, could I interest you a free bottle of water, fish and chips, perhaps some of the finest beef Wettingtons? I also offer the freshest spoiled? What? Spoiled? What the fuck is this, bro?
I think they are reading our family lyrics.
Alright. With Kanye, though, he always had a massive ego. Yeah, for real.
I mean, he also has BPD, so I probably shouldn't make fun of him, but,
For what?
he has a lot to take. Yeah. He has BPD.
Oh, he does?
I mean, of course, everyone who's nasty under capitalism is a deviation from mental health, but yeah, he's lost the plot.
He does, for real.
Mm.
Jesus. Okay, alright, let's move on to commodity fetishism.
If there was one Marxist concept that had to be singled out for being the most misunderstood of all, that award would have to go to commodity fetishism. Much like the widespread misunderstandings of dictatorship in Dictatorship of the Proletariat and materialism in Historical Materialism, the word fetishism in Marx's commodity fetishism to the modern ear conjures up all kinds of weird and wonderful connotations. Well, mostly just weird. But look, to clarify from the get-go, no, we're not going to be discussing paraphilia. Marx really wasn't overly concerned with people's sex lives, especially not in relation to random objects. Likewise, we aren't going to be talking about the more common misconception of commodity fetishism as people simply being obsessed with purchasing consumer goods. Marx's commodity fetishism refers neither to a sexual fetish nor an excessive preoccupation with consumerism. So, what does it refer to? What is Karl Marx's conception of commodity fetishism? Let's find out. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below.
If you'd like to support Marxist educational content, then toss €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep this series going. If you're not in a position to contribute financially, you can help out a lot by just sharing these videos around on social media. Now, when Marx uses the word fetishism, he uses it in an older anthropological sense of the term. A fetish, by this understanding, is an object that appears to have some kind of magical or mystical supernatural powers within it. This often occurs in religious, spiritual, and mythological contexts. Think of a magic ring that supposedly grants superpowers to its possessor. The object somehow contains a power or value that's perceived to be inherent within it. The question of where this power or value has come from is obscured, hidden behind a veil of mysticism. Questions regarding where the ring came from, under what conditions it was produced, what its molecular composition is, why it has appeared at this specific moment in time, etc. are all brushed aside. We instead just see a static object that exists with power and value which appears to emanate from that object itself, rather than from the complex processes of production among people which have actually given rise to it. This is the illusion of the object, the fetishism that conceals the social reality of its production and instead ascribes to the object inherent power and value. So when Marx talks about commodity fetishism, he's similarly referring to our illusory perception as consumers that commodities contain inherent value in and of themselves, appearing in a kind of vacuum that's devoid of the larger social context of the production of these commodities by real people engaged in exploitative labour relations. When we walk into a shop and see a chair, we're only seeing the finished product and its price tag. The appearance then to us is that this commodity, the chair, simply inherently contains value. But what constitutes that value is generally not immediately clear to us. We may be able to know its use value, that it can be sat upon. We may be able to see that it's made from wood or other materials. And of course, we know that it can be exchanged for a certain quantity of another commodity that we may possess, money. So we can kinda see how it relates to other things. But we know virtually nothing about how this chair was created and those involved. We don't know who cut down what trees and where for the wood required to produce this. We don't know who assembled it. We don't know how the wood got to the factory for production, nor how the final product got from that factory to the shop in which it's now being sold. And importantly, we know nothing about the working conditions for all of those involved in this complex process of production. We know nothing about the vast amount of people involved in this process and how they relate to one another, employees and employers. From the capitalists who first hired workers to cut down trees to sell wood, and now all the way to us, the consumers, at the end of this process at the point of exchange. These social relations between real people at every step of the way are kept hidden from us. We know nothing about the exploited workers who produced the chair, and they know nothing about us, who purchased the product of their labour for our personal use. Thus, the real social relations between people ourselves are hidden, and in its place we're confronted with what appears to us to be merely relations between things. Those things generally being the money in our pocket and the commodity before us, our chair. This is the fetishism of commodities. The illusion that commodities themselves somehow contain inherent value that's separate from this web of exploitative capitalist social relations between actual human beings. As a thought experiment, pick any object around you and try to trace it back to its origins. Where did it come from? Who assembled it? Where did its constituent parts come from? What were the labour conditions like for those involved in its production and distribution from beginning to end? Difficult, isn't it? Maybe you looked out and chose a fair trade cup of coffee that told you a little bit about where it came from and how wonderfully ethical the entire process was. But in general, it's nearly impossible for consumers to trace a commodity's creation back through the entirety of the complex global supply chains which have facilitated its production and distribution, let alone ask questions about the relations between all the workers and the capitalists involved in it, because this production and distribution generally occurs privately, behind closed doors. And that's extremely beneficial to the capitalists. Most consumers would be repulsed if they learned about the slave labour involved in the production process of many goods that they'd regularly purchase, and this could potentially damage capitalists' profit margins. So when we go into a shop and look at commodities like our chair, what appears to us as a result of the mystifying veil of commodity fetishism is, rather than relations between actual living human beings, instead the fantastic form of a relation between things.
our money, and this or that commodity. As a result of the private, hidden nature of the production process, what we see is only the surface level relations between things, concealing the truth of exploitative social relations between real, living, breathing people. Concealing this factor that all commodities share in common: human labour. Today we've taken a look at commodity fetishism. We began by clearing up misconceptions around the word fetish based on contemporary uses of the term. We then proceeded to examine fetishism as used in the anthropological context in order to make sense of Marx's use of the term. With this definition, we then looked at what commodity fetishism means in the context of Marx's critique of political economy, which is, to simplify, how in commodities we perceive the real social relations between people as instead simply relations between things. This conceals the exploitative reality of the process of capitalist production that lies hidden, occurring privately behind closed doors. Thank you for watching this video.
Okay. As we were saying, the Kanye West the Kanye West discussion continued in the chat. I agree. I'm 100% just saying he was going untreated willingly due to his ego and those he chose to be around. Not excusing his behavior, he did become a bigoted Nazi. How ironic, because his mom was in the yeah. So his mom was in the Black Panther, right? The Black Panther Party. I need 50 different brands of cereal. The world is always one brand of cereal away from finding the perfect cereal brand. Yeah.
The Black Panther Party is another great example of commodity fetishization in social reproduction.
Yeah.
Because when we think of the Black Panther Party, we think of like Huey Newton, John Jackson, Fred Hampton, and all these guys. But the thing is, the party was 70% women. Women were doing all the work.
Yeah, they were doing all the groundwork.
Yeah, but it just magically happened.
Kamala Harris' father was a lefty academic who criticized capital. Oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's disowned her, no?
I didn't know that.
He hates her.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's always the invisible labor of women. Like the domestic labor is always the invisible labor. And somehow we're just okay with it. Yeah, I think he was a Marxist from Jamaica? Imagine being Kamala Harris's dad.
Oh my god, I'd die of embarrassment.
I would just like disown Kamala. And
he has.
He has?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
He publicly criticizes her.
Oh my god. What the fuck happened with them? Oh my god. Wait a minute, let me look that up. I didn't know that. Kamala Harris. Who is Kamala Harris' combative economist father, Donald J. Harris? Oh, damn. Combative Marxist economist. Jamaican officials needed help. They turned to Kamala Harris's dad. Oh my god. Of course, he has a doctorate degree in economics. It's kind of hard to have like a doctorate in economics without having, without having any awareness of how like fucked up the economy is. Coming from an academic steeped in Marxist theory. Harris' recommendations. including privatization of airports, tax reductions for business, and a corporate land registry, can appear strikingly non-ideological. My God, what the fuck happened? Why did Kamala turn out the way she is?
Imagine she hates her dad for probably being this, and then Donald Trump calls her a socialist.
For what? For?
Donald Trump calls her a communist, a socialist.
Oh, really?
And because for them, like, being remotely liberal is like you're a communist.
Yeah, that's true. He also disavowed Kamala and got super mad at her because she made a Jamaica weed joke and he thought she was patronizing Jamaicans. Yeah, what the fuck happened to her? Why did she become American? Wait, she became American, that's why, right? Sadly, we can't perceive processes as easily we can perceive objects. And picking up the past topic, LLMs are basically commodity fetishism machines. What is LLMs?
Large language model. AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fuck the AI companies because they're still being produced under capitalism. But like AI under communism, I'm totally for it.
Yeah. Because it will literally help us with menial tasks. Because it's not gonna be used for profit. It will be utilized to help the workers, right? To alleviate the burden of the worker. Like AI will be used, or like technology in general will be used differently under communism. It will be for the benefit of the people, not for generating profit. That's how the USSR did it. That's why they had like fucking their hair dryers still work to this day.
Yeah.
The USSR, the Soviet hair dryers still work today because they don't have planned obsolescence. And it's also a lot resource, like, you know, like it's a lot more environmentally friendly. You don't have to keep producing parts that will just end up in a fucking landfill. Neo-lib brain rot happened. How the fuck? Yeah. Yanis Varoufakis and Richard Wolff are both. Yeah. Not sure if Yanis is really a Marxist. Well, he has some suckdom takes, I think. But he's a lot better than most figures in you know, the prominent figures in the left. I mean, he's one of the only famous ones. Automation under capitalism, bad. Automation under communism, cool and epic, actually. Yeah, that's true. I want some babushka grade electrodomestics, to be honest. Yeah, for real. I want to have I want to be able to just use one electronics for the rest of my life. Like, I don't want to buy a refrigerator. Like, I don't want to go through like 5 refrigerators in my entire life. Or I don't know, 50 hair dryers in my entire lifetime. Like, everything under capitalism is to just... Because why would you want to make products that would last a lifetime? You won't have repeat customers. That's the problem. If you want to generate profit, make a product that's gonna break after 5 to 10 years.
5-10 years is a lot. Now you have iPhones every year.
That's true. Man, I'm giving them so much benefit of the doubt, huh? It's every year. Okay, the planned obsolescence every year. That's why nothing is user serviceable. Remember when batteries were removable? That's true. That is true. And like on phones, right? Fridges, that's an excellent commodity fetishism thing. We have mostly solved fridges. adding extra shit to the refrigerator just makes it worse and adds more points of failure in the electronics. What do you mean by that? Well, that's too bad. You have to keep buying appliances to drive up profits. Yeah, exactly. It's just this. We're just sitting on top of a fucking massive landfill now because of all the shit. Like, everything around us is going fast. Like, there's fast fashion, there's fast food, there's fast everything, fast technology. And we just all end up sitting in a, like, we're making the earth a fucking massive landfill. Even the oceans now. We have, like, you know, those garbage continents, those garbage islands.
And
right?
they just promote recycle because they've completely stopped reduce and reuse.
Yeah.
And recycling actually doesn't even work. It's not even
No.
that effective.
Because we can't, like, there are some products that we can't even use anymore. Like, we have, okay, sure, like some clothing can be upcycled, but the fabric themselves, they just break. They're irredeemable. With phones in particular too, a lot of the time now they have, like, replace entire display assemblies so they can charge you more instead of, like, replacing the glass on its own. Yeah, true. It's a reminder that Voyager spacecraft, I hear both still work till this day. Yeah. Yeah, the Pacific garbage patch. Yeah, exactly. Fuck.
Or they
Expensive.
just ship all their garbage to third world countries like
Oh
Indonesia.
yeah, that's true. In the Philippines too.
Yeah, Philippines. That's not true. And then they're all clean and beautiful, and we call dirty.
Right?
In
And
India,
they
certainly, I
accuse
don't
us. They
deny.
accuse our like they accuse, like, other countries, like, you know, like in the global south, that, oh, they're dirty. Well, where all your garbage went there though. It's like the what you call it, the I forgot those third world those charity something that would send, like, clothing to supposedly third world countries. They don't actually like those. Like people in the global south do not want those donations because they're just garbage. They just, you know, they're just like disguised garbage. It doesn't really end up, you know, being utilized by the actual intended people. Expensive fridges with computer touch screens or ice dispensers are actively worse than bog standard fridges. Why would fucking fridges have touch? Why does it? No, what? They break down more, cost more electricity, serve no real functionality. They are rationally, objectively worse products, but they cost more. Can I ask what Sokdem takes Yanis has? I feel like his take on techno-feudalism is entirely a Marxist critique of capitalism in its modern form. The very notion of techno-feudalism is ahistorical, Drek, to be honest. They blame you for plastic straws while flying in private jets and having the US military be the biggest. Exactly. Nobody's really ever talking about how the US military is polluting the entire fucking planet. Fast fashion corporations just dumped tons and tons of clothes in a desert in Chile. What the fuck? Really?
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't see this. Let me check it out. What the fuck? That's so disgusting. Wait, how are they even allowed to do this?
Because they have all these countries in debt and
on chokehold, right? Like, just fucking pointing a fucking gun to their head, or otherwise, regime change. Regime change. A mountain of used clothes appeared in Chile's desert. Then it went up in flames. What the fuck?
What? I did not know that.
Yo, I
It just like burned all of that shit.
My god. Wait, what the fuck? There's actual footage. No fucking way, dude. Nah, dog. What the hell? It's so disgusting. It's in Atacama Desert. What the fuck? What the hell? What is going on here? Jesus Christ. Okay, we have so much fucked up shit going on. I didn't even know that. Holy fuck. Isn't real. Sped up global warming due to all the bombs they've used. That is true. You can play Skyrim on a fridge now. I have to look into it since currently the tech space is acting very feudalistic, monopolized means of production and rent-seeking big capitalists. It takes some off at the top of established capitalists that want space on the cyber market. Yeah. All right, let's move on to base and superstructure.
Oh, I love that one.
Do you know, anatomically modern human beings have existed for over 200,000 years, while private property and class society have only existed for less than 5% of that time. And that's generously including slave society and feudalism. Capitalism's only been around for a few hundred years. And yet, the power of our society is such that it can completely brainwash us into believing that something that we've been doing for less than 0.5% of humanity's existence, capitalism, this system that's literally destroying our planet, is human nature. Now, just think about that for a second. This system that we're engaged in, which has been completely alien to us for over 99.5% of humanity's existence, is human nature. How in the holy feck have we managed to accept such a ridiculous notion as simply being common sense? This is where the Marxist analysis comes in and shines a light on society's base and its superstructure. So, what is the base? What is the superstructure? How do they relate to one another? And what does this all mean for the struggle towards stateless, classless, moneyless society moving forward? Sit tight and we're going to find out. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. If you'd like to support Marxist educational content, then toss €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep this series going. If you're not in a position to support financially, you can help out a lot by just sharing these videos around on social media. Now, it's rare that Marx ever clearly lays out the specific aspects of his theoretical work. We're usually just left with fragments here and there that we have to patch together and work out for ourselves. But in the footnotes of the first chapter of Capital Volume 1, Marx surprisingly provides a brief overview of the concept of base and superstructure. He writes that the economic structure of society is the real basis on which the juridical and political superstructure is raised and to which definite social forms of thought correspond. That the mode of production determines the character of the social, political and intellectual life generally. Now, there's a lot to unpack in that statement, so let's take this piece by piece. First, looking at the economic structure, the base, then the superstructure that it gives rise to. Then we'll dive into how they interact with one another and how Marxists can proceed towards communism with this knowledge. Now, the base of society is comprised of the mode of production. This might be slave society's slave-owning mode of production, feudalism's feudal mode of production, capitalism's capitalist mode of production, or communism's communist mode of production. The mode of production within society is comprised of two key aspects. 1. The productive forces, and 2. The relations of production. Productive forces refer to labour and the means of production. Labour here refers to both the individual act of engaging in work as well as the collective labour force. Under the capitalist mode of production, workers sell their labour power, their ability or capacity to do work for a given period of time, to capitalists. Means of production refers to everything that's required to produce, including instruments of production like the tools, machinery and buildings in which we carry out our work, as well as subjects of production, which includes natural materials like iron ore and also materials that have been filtered through previous labour like that iron ore in its extracted form, which we call raw materials. So those are the productive forces. The other equally important aspect of society's base is the relations of production. As the name implies, this refers to how people relate to the process of production. Under capitalism, this would generally be as a worker or as a capitalist, a member of the proletariat or a member of the bourgeoisie. In other words, the relations of production refer to the systems of class or social class that exist within the given mode of production. Now, from this economic base emerges a societal superstructure which in turn helps to maintain that base. This includes repressive state apparatuses like the military and police, which the ruling class use to secure and maintain their class domination and the current economic order through physical force. This is legitimised ideologically through the system of law that's created to reinforce the relations of production. For example, the bourgeoisie creating laws that protect the right to freely purchase private property and the means of production, and also the political system that it has in place. Now, the bourgeoisie can generally work quite effectively through liberal democracy, but when private property is challenged by organised labour and the threat of socialist revolution looms, they may resort to implementing fascist measures or even dissolve liberal democracy completely into a full-on totalitarian, corporativist, fascist regime in order to maintain the capitalist economic base. Aside from open and explicit politics, religion is another important ideological apparatus of the superstructure, as we saw for example how Christianity was effective in helping to maintain monarchy historically, think divine right of kings, in order to maintain particular relations of production. Perhaps most importantly, the superstructure contains the very ideology which maintains the economic base, the ideology of capitalism being liberalism. That is, liberalism in the classical sense of the term. And this ideology is reflected in the superstructure's art, culture and media, especially that which is disseminated to the masses by the powers that be. The education system too is hugely important in reinforcing ruling class ideology, and it also serves to prepare people to fulfill the roles required of them in order to maintain the mode of production. And this is all made possible, of course, by the family, that is, the patriarchal monogamous family unit that facilitates inheritance and the accumulation of private property across generations, as well as the reproduction of labour. In sum, the superstructure refers to all parts of society that are not directly part of the productive process. And we can see how, in the superstructure's totality, through a million different ways comprising both directly repressive state force and ideological control, it creates these societal norms that make the economic base appear to simply be common sense, or the natural order of things. In essence, it works to manufacture the consent of the masses in order to maintain the particular mode of production. This is the power of the superstructure. Okay, so now we know that the base refers to the mode of production, including the productive forces and the relations of production, and the superstructure refers to all other aspects of society that aren't directly part of the production process, such as repressive and ideological state apparatuses, the law, religion, the family, the media, art, culture, etc. But we now need to look at the relationship between these two aspects of society. While it is the case that the economic base determines the superstructure in the final instance, it shouldn't be assumed that this is generally just a one-way system. Rather, the base gives rise to the superstructure, which then reinforces the base, which in turn reinforces the superstructure, and so on and so forth in a reciprocal circular pattern. Engels himself pushed back against the notion of an economically deterministic, one-way linear relationship from the base and to the superstructure. Writing in 1890, Engels stated that according to the materialist conception of history, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. Other than this, neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence, if somebody twists this into saying that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase.
The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. Unfortunately, there are mechanical materialists who don't understand this and erroneously believe that simply transforming the economic base is enough to solve all of society's ills.
Yep.
That there's no need for struggle at the superstructural level because everything flows in one direction from base to superstructure. The real world consequence of this is that many of the daily struggles faced by the oppressed that don't directly pertain to the base and its relations of production, the struggle between proletarian and bourgeois, may be ignored. For example, state forces disproportionately enacting violence against nationally oppressed groups may get written off as unimportant because the state, culture and identity are all aspects of society's superstructure, which will presumably automatically get fixed by a socialist revolution's transformation of the base's relations of production. In opposition to dialectical materialist analysis, this erroneous mechanical materialist position views the base as the most important principal and decisive force at all times. However, as Mao stated in 1937, when the superstructure, politics, culture, etc., obstructs the development of the economic base, political and cultural changes become principal and decisive. And of course, this theory was proven in practice during the Chinese Revolution when it was shown that transforming the economic base alone was not enough, but that there in fact had to be an active struggle at the superstructural level too, which was put into practice most prominently during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. So, learning from proletarian revolutionary history, we now know that the struggle for stateless, classless, moneyless society must be waged at the levels of both base and superstructure. This means that it's our duty as part of the revolutionary struggle to abolish class society to not only combat the exploitation of labour under the capitalist mode of production at the base, but to also combat modes of oppression like white supremacy and patriarchy which dominate the superstructure. Today we've taken a look at the Marxist analysis of society's division into base and superstructure. We first looked at the economic base, the mode of production comprised of the productive forces and the relations of production. We then proceeded to look at the superstructure, which refers to all aspects of society that aren't directly part of the productive process. We then proceeded to look at the dialectical relationship between base and superstructure, highlighting that it's not a one-way relationship, but rather that both influence each other in a reciprocal manner. From this, we were able to see that in order for the proletariat to successfully transition to stateless, classless, moneyless society, it's necessary to not only transform the economic base through socialist revolution, but also to engage in struggle at the superstructural level with ongoing cultural revolution. One last thing to note. While today we've spoken primarily about capitalism, there are generally elements of prior modes of production within all societies. This continues into the socialist transition period where all remnants of class society are completely swept away, bit by bit, until fully classless, communist society is achieved. Right, thanks very much for watching this video, and thanks especially to the supporters on Patreon who've made it possible. Thank you Ian McShay, Ugopnik, Borkir Gorilla, Ryan Hodgson, Soup.
Yeah, this is a problem with class reductionist efforts. Obviously, class is the most all-encompassing, but you still need to deal with other forms of oppression as well. Yeah, it's true. That's why it attracts like the class reductionist certain parties to have that kind of party line. They attract all kinds of misogynists that just want to LARP communism.
Yeah, and they also tend to be like either upper caste Indians or white leftists because they don't have a sense of culture.
Yeah. They just want
Because
to
the superstructure is basically culture.
Mm-hmm.
And they cannot conceive, they intellectually know that racism is wrong, patriarchy is wrong, everything is wrong. But they don't feel like a cultural resistance to certain ideas or movements, right?
Because the thing is, the structure in place still benefits them. That's why they don't feel that struggle. Because why would they? They don't feel the struggles that women feel, that queer people feel, that marginalized groups feel. Why would they care?
Cis-het men, leftists, because they're not like, yeah, we understand that homophobia, transphobia is a problem, but it'll go away after capitalism. So what they'll do is they'll actively shut down
the conversations, the avenues for struggling against those notions, the fucking liberal ideas in the superstructure. You can't do that because the superstructure will also reinforce the base, right? So It's just not gonna be aligned. Any questions in the chat? I think like most people who are tuning in right now have like basic knowledge of, you know,
Yeah.
Marxist theory. I mean, all of the socialists are here, but like just for the people that are, for the people who are lurking, who are just curious and are afraid to ask questions, you know, like we can just anyone.
Don't feel afraid.
Yeah. Don't be
Welcome,
scared.
right?
Yeah, because that's the thing though, like the you remember those days when we were like arguing with the fucking transphobes and misogynists
Yeah.
in on left book. I'm like, how can you be communist and be so be so like vehemently against queer people? Like, are what is not like, you know, what is not computing in your brain?
That's what I said. On the left, labor theory of value,
Mm.
commodity fetishization for factory produced stuff, and all of that they'll understand. But when it comes to like social reproduction,
Mm.
like orthodox Marxists are pretty bad at it. Anarchists
true.
are a lot better at this.
Yeah, that's true. That's the only thing that at the very least, you know, the anarchists are on top of.
Yeah. Orthodox Marxists are really bad at it.
Yeah, right? Dude, motherfuckers be stuck in the 1900s or 1800s. Like,
Yeah.
bro, what the hell? Under communist society, the state would assign women to lonely men who can't get a date. Real things said by real trots at my former faculty. What? Wait, okay, so El Samio is from Mexico. So there are a lot of trots in Mexico that are fucking insane, unhinged motherfuckers. Yeah, they're one of those orthodox motherfuckers, huh?
Mm.
I don't know theory. I'm honestly enjoying just listening to this while I work, especially when not too often I have a friend that likes these discussions. So me and her would tend to go on and on. That's great. Thanks, Nick. Nicarito. I like a lot of queer people tend to be socialists and whatnot because of the oppression, and then you get these weirdos being like, "Ew, trans person." Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just not. It just doesn't. I don't understand it either. Okay, like I've been. These are the most baffling groups to me. Like in the leftist, quote unquote leftist space, they're just reactionary. I don't know. Damn. Like they do be still upholding these they need to update their social awareness, you know? They're stuck in the fucking
In the
1800s.
software update.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on to the last section. I think we're almost done. We're gonna be on the 16th video. What is alienation? And then next week we can move on to like more specialized things. What do you say about it, Comrade Nikki?
Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go over with alienation this time.
If you're a working person, you've no doubt experienced the sensation of being a cog in a machine at some point. The feeling of detachment and disconnection in your daily life. Living for the weekend because the majority of your life is spent toiling for your capitalist overlord. Barely making enough to scrape by while your boss grows rich off the back of your labour. The little time you can find outside of work is your only opportunity to truly live. Marx summed this up in 1844 when he wrote that the worker only feels himself outside his work, and in his work he feels outside himself. He feels at home when he's not working, and when he is working he does not feel at home. His labour is therefore not voluntary but coerced. It is forced labour. As a result, therefore, man, the worker, only feels himself freely active in his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating, or at most in his dwelling and in dressing up, etc. And in his human functions at work, he no longer feels himself to be anything but an animal. Here Marx is referring to the concept of alienation or estrangement, a point that hits hard for a lot of working people who experience this sensation of being chewed up and spit out day after day by the capitalist system that we're living under. It's also a topic that's been heavily debated among Marxists for reasons that'll become clear later on in the video. So, what is alienation? What are workers alienated from exactly? And why is this a subject of such intense, heated debate among Marxists? Let's find out. Welcome to Socialism 101, a series designed to help educate people with no prior knowledge on the basics of socialism and communism from an ML and MLM perspective with short and easily digestible videos. If this sounds interesting to you, then go ahead and hit subscribe and turn on the notification bell below. If you'd like to support Marxist educational content, then toss €1 or $1 per month over on Patreon to help keep this series going. If you're not in a position to support financially, you can help out a lot by just sharing these videos around on social media. Now, when talking about alienation, this broadly refers to detachment, estrangement, or disconnection from something. Alienation has occurred in various ways under all class societies, including slave society and feudalism. But the young Karl Marx argued in his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 that alienation presents most intensely under the capitalist mode of production. And he claims that it occurs in four main ways. 1. Alienation from the product of labour. 2. Alienation from the act of production. 3. Alienation from humanity's species being. And 4. Alienation from other people. Let's take a look at each of these one by one. First, workers are alienated from the product of their labour. Workers produce goods. The capitalist then takes away these goods from the worker and sells them to realise a profit, creating an immediate disconnection between the worker and the product of their labour. As labour power is purchased at a lower cost than the value that labour itself produces, the worker can never afford to purchase all the products that they have created back from the capitalist. The products of labour are thus permanently detached or alienated from the worker who produced them. To demonstrate this, look at the clothes that you're wearing. Who made them? You likely don't know the workers who produced them, nor do the workers know you. The product of labour is detached or alienated from the worker who has produced it. Instead, you'll likely just see a brand of some kind, demonstrating the capitalist's appropriation of the product of the worker's labour and revealing that it's been detached or alienated from the workers themselves. Furthermore, the workers who created these clothes will never be able to purchase all these products that they've created. For example, workers in Bangladesh making 50 cents per hour would never be able to buy back all the high-end consumer goods that they're creating that are sold in the global north for hundreds of euros or dollars. Alienation from the product of labour is thus a permanent feature of the capitalist mode of production. Second, workers are alienated from the act of production itself insofar as the fact that workers don't freely engage in production of their own accord, but they instead labour in order to gain a wage so that they may survive. If they don't work, they can't afford food, shelter, clothing, or any of life's necessities. They consequently sell labour power to capitalists not freely of their own accord, but are forced to do so as a result of economic coercion. In selling their labour power, workers' labour then belongs to someone else, the capitalists. The labour, the act of producing, becomes external to the worker. It's estranged or alienated. The external character of labour for the worker appears in the fact that it is not his own, but someone else's. That it does not belong to him. That in it he belongs not to himself, but to another. The worker's activity is not his spontaneous activity. It belongs to another. It is the loss of his self. Left to our own devices, we could engage in the kind of labour that we found most useful both individually and collectively, whether that be in producing art or helping to build homes for those in need. Instead, we perform the labour demanded of us by capitalists who seek nothing more than the realisation of profit to the detriment of all else, determined by the whims of the market and the anarchy of production. So not only are workers alienated from the act of production under capitalism due to the economic coercion which forces them to sell their labour power, they're also alienated by what the capitalist forces them to produce, whether that's the shoes that are made in the sweatshop or the burger that's prepared in the restaurant. Neither are produced in accordance with the desires of the workers, but instead in accordance with the requirements of capital. As workers don't control the means of production, we find ourselves being controlled by the means of production, transformed into little more than an appendage of a larger process of production over which workers have no control. We become merely cogs in someone else's money-making machine. Third, in his early writings, Marx claims that workers are alienated from our species being or species essence. Marx suggested that there was a human essence that separated humans from other animals. The essence or spirit of humanity, humanity's species being, was that humans engage in labour and produce beyond our immediate needs, while other animals produce only what they need directly.
Humans don't simply produce shelter and grow food. We also create art and write songs and make spaceships to send people to the moon. Marx explains that an animal only produces what it immediately needs for itself or its young. It produces one-sidedly, whilst man produces universally. An animal produces only under the dominion of immediate physical need, whilst man produces even when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. He suggested that this production that occurs beyond physical necessity is what allows people to transcend other animals and become truly human, to fully self-actualize. It is just in his work upon the objective world, therefore, that man really proves himself to be a species being. This production is his active species life. Through this production, nature appears as his work and his reality. The object of labour is, therefore, the objectification of man's species life, for he duplicates himself not only as in consciousness intellectually, but also actively in reality, and therefore he sees himself in a world that he has created. So if workers are unable to produce freely beyond physical necessity, they're detached or alienated from the defining feature of human nature itself, according to early Marx. Alienation from the product of labour and the act of production, as mentioned earlier, means workers are alienated from humanity and become no more than any other animals, robots, or simple cogs in a machine. Estranged labour, therefore, turns man's species being, both nature and his intellectual species power, into a being alien to him and a means of his individual existence. It estranges man from his own body, from nature as it exists outside him, from his spiritual essence, his human existence. Now, you may be surprised to hear Karl Marx writing about humanity's spiritual essence, particularly if you're more familiar with Marx's later writing, which has a much more detached, scientific, economically focused tone. Keep this point in mind, we're going to circle back to it after discussing the fourth type of alienation. Now, fourth, under the capitalist mode of production, workers are alienated from other workers, or more broadly, people are alienated from other people. Connecting this to the three previous forms of alienation already discussed, Marx writes that an immediate consequence of the fact that man is estranged from the product of his labour, from his life activity, from his species being, is the estrangement of man from man. When man confronts himself, he confronts the other man. What applies to a man's relation to his work, to the product of his labour and to himself, also holds of a man's relation to the other man and to the other man's labour and object of labour. However, alienation from other people is perhaps demonstrated a bit more concretely in Marx's later concept of commodity fetishism, which reveals the way in which the commodities that we encounter on the market mystify us and obscure the real human relations which are involved in the creation and distribution of these products. For example, it's generally impossible for us to know the workers in the sweatshops and the working conditions under which the products we encounter on the market have been created. The worker who produced the product is detached from it, and we as consumers purchase these detached products. This means that we as consumers are also detached or alienated from the workers themselves who produced it. Thus, the real social relations between people ourselves are hidden, and in its place appear to us merely relations between things, the money in our pocket and the product on the shelf. In this way, the capitalist mode of production makes us detached, disconnected, estranged, and alienated from one another. Now, I mentioned earlier that alienation is a contentious topic that's subject to a lot of debate among Marxists. The main point of debate is around the concept of species being and a spiritual essence of humanity, which Marx used as the basis for other forms of alienation under capitalism in his early writing. This will seem completely out of place if you've come to Marx through his later work, which roots itself firmly in materialism rather than idealist notions of spirits or any kind of transhistorical metaphysical human nature that stands outside of history, detached from the objective material conditions of any given epoch. In fact, this contrast is so stark that Marx's work is often divided into pre-1845 early Marx and post-1845 late Marx. Early Marx is generally characterised as bearing heavy remnants from the left Hegelian tradition and dialectical idealism rather than dialectical materialism. Consequently, early Marx appears to harbour strong humanist sentiments that rely on some kind of essential human nature or inner spirit that exists outside of history, independent of material conditions. Conversely, late Marx is firmly rooted in the science of historical materialism that situates matter as the starting point for all that exists rather than spirit, breaking decisively from the remnants of bourgeois ideology that were present in early Marx's writing. The rupture from early Marxist humanism occurs specifically in the 1845 Theses on Feuerbach when Marx writes that Feuerbach resolves the religious essence into the human essence, but the human essence is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality, it is the ensemble of the social relations. Feuerbach, who does not enter upon a criticism of this real essence, is consequently compelled to abstract from the historical process and to fix the religious sentiment as something by itself and to presuppose an abstract, isolated human individual. Essence, therefore, can be comprehended only as genus, as an internal dumb generality which naturally unites the many individuals. So, as we can see, Marx here breaks from his own concept of an abstract species being that he wrote so much about just 1 year prior in his economic and philosophical manuscripts, instead moving to understanding phenomena as developing dialectically as part of historical processes rooted in material conditions and social relations at all times. This was an epistemological break from the remnants of bourgeois idealism present in Marx's earlier writing, and marks a qualitative leap forward into the development of a truly proletarian ideology. So, where does this leave the concept of alienation when its basis on human species being is removed? Well, there may have been rupture from the idealist aspects of it, but there's also continuity. Marx returns to alienation in the Grundrisse in the late 1850s and speaks about it solely in a technical sense of detachment from the product of labour, the act of production, and from other people, where in his early writings he would connect each of these to a sense of disconnection from humanity's inner spirit. The concept of alienation is also present this way throughout Capital, though arguably in a de-emphasised form, operating behind the scenes while Marx discusses alienated commodities and commodity fetishism, alienation as it pertains to the working day, the way in which workers become the appendage of the productive process in their extremely specialised positions within the production line, and so on. So the concept of alienation clearly persists throughout Marx's later writing, but its humanist basis upon the species being, human nature or inner spirituality is dropped in favour of a scientific, historical materialist basis. Today we've taken a look at Marx's concept of alienation under capitalism and how it developed over the course of his life's work. We began by looking at alienation from the product of labour, which persists throughout both early Marx and late Marx's writing. We proceeded to look at alienation from the act of production, which also persists. We then looked at alienation from species being, which is dropped from late Marx's writing following 1845's Theses on Feuerbach. And we then looked at alienation from others, connecting it to Marx's related concept of commodity fetishism. Lastly, we highlighted the development of the theory of alienation from its early idealist and humanistic basis upon species being, or human's inner spirituality, in texts like the philosophical and economic manuscripts of 1844, to its later materialist manifestation appearing in the Grundrisse, Capital, and other late Marx works both explicitly and implicitly. One more thing. The debate around alienation is largely divided along the lines of humanist Marxists and anti-humanist Marxists. For clarity's sake, I want to acknowledge that the form of alienation emphasised in this video would fall into the latter camp, rejecting idealist conceptions of spirit, species being, and so on. Consequently, the versions of alienation described here, despite using young Marx's categorizations, have been presented as more in line with the positions maintained by late Marx, the Marx who wrote Capital, the Grundrisse, and so on, which don't rely on species being and instead focus primarily on the material realm. There's a reading and resources list in the description box below that I strongly recommend diving into if you're interested in learning about the different positions on alienation and the humanism versus anti-humanism divide. Make sure to have a read of Louis Althusser's Marxism and Humanism from 1964 to clarify that rupture between early Marx and late Marx. If you're looking for podcasts and YouTube videos that dive into this further, Alison and Brett from the Red Menace podcast do an excellent job at making the case for these different positions on alienation in their episode on the philosophical and economic manuscripts of 1844. As does David Harvey in his podcast The Anti-Capitalist Chronicles Alienation Part 1. And of course, the Marxist Projects video here on YouTube, The Fundamentals of Marx Alienation, all of which are linked in the description box below. Right. Thanks very much for watching this video. Hopefully you found it useful in one way or another, even if you've now got more questions than you arrived with. Thanks especially to the supporters on Patreon who...
That is, sounds so unnecessary evil. Unnecessarily evil, like how are you gonna be a Marxist and you don't consider the humanity? Why are you not a humanist? It's so messed up. Like that makes as much sense as like an anarcho-capitalist. That doesn't even make any sense.
It's an oxymoron.
Where do they get these terms? Like literally. Why do Marxists do this.
This is why we have MAGA communists. What does it even mean?
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. All right, so since there are videos about alienation here, like maybe we should like also look into that.
Sure.
Alienation is a particularly popular concept used in Marxist discourse. It is at the heart of a number of arguments and ideas, and often has a very mystical nature to it. Alienation is also a concept that is frequently misunderstood or misused, which is why it is important to become acquainted with Marx's description of alienation, as well as its significance to Marxist theory. In today's video, we will go back to Marx in order to understand what he meant by alienation. We will then consider some of the subsequent implications Marx's concept of alienation presents. Lastly, we will go over a general critique of alienation. Alienation is a concept that is mostly present in Marx's earlier works. In particular, Marx develops the core features of alienation in economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. Certain critics of alienation assert that Marx later abandons, or at least de-emphasizes alienation. A common response to this observation is that alienation continued to shape Marx's analyses, even in the text where he does not explicitly talk about it. So, what is alienation? At the core of Marx's alienation is the notion of species being, or the essence of an organism that distinguishes it from other living things. Work is humanity's species being. Whereas animals act to satisfy their immediate material needs, humans work beyond those needs, and that work separates humans from animals. In bourgeois society, the product of labor is alien to it. In other words, what workers produce does not belong to them, and presents itself as an object entirely independent of the labor that actually produced it. What's worse is the object of labor, the commodity, develops a power over the worker. Social relations become mediated by the exchange of commodities, thus giving commodities power over people. Alienation in this context is then the condition in which work loses its uniquely human character and becomes purely about subsistence, much like the behavior of animals. The work is not freely engaging his or her physical mental capacity. Work is forced, a means of survival, not by any account the ultimate manifestation of human potential. Erich Fromm summarizes this well by stating that, for Marx, the concept of alienation is based on the distinction between existence and essence, on the fact that man's existence is alienated from his essence, that in reality he is not what he potentially is, or to put it differently, that he is not what he ought to be, and that he ought to be that which he could be. Commodity fetishism plays a part in alienation in bourgeois society. When the commodity replaces people as the nexus for social relations, it alienates man from man. The power of the commodity dehumanizes society, which is why so many people identify with the analogy of the cog in the machine. Marx's point was precisely that regardless of our position in society, we are cogs in the machine, whether we buy or sell. At work we produce commodities that we part with, whose fate we have no clear knowledge of once they are shipped off.
Right.
In the supermarket we walk around exchanging one commodity, money, for another, goods. What is even more unfortunate is just how much power these objects have over our lives. We produce commodities in exchange for the universal commodity, which we then use to consume commodities that we want or need. Abstention from this seemingly endless cycle is almost never an option, unless you are prepared to live a very minimalistic life or work tirelessly to maintain self-sustainability. One important thing to keep in mind is the fact that alienation is not a feature exclusive to the capitalist mode of production. Alienation has existed throughout history of class society, but reached its peak under capitalism. Because capitalism universalized a production process that alienates human labor, and because capitalism put before all other things the exchange of commodities as the dominant socio-economic dynamic, alienation is in its most extreme form today. An interesting observation that alienation lends itself to is the fact that we ourselves have created the systems that tower over us. We believe that we have mastered nature and the elements, but instead we have produced mechanisms that hold more power over us than we do them. The market is a force that moves on its own, impacting and molding our lives far more than we could hope to mold it. As we move to a critique of alienation, you may recall that we started our definition by acknowledging humanity's species being. To affirm alienation, one must employ the notion that human beings have some kind of innate essence. Certain anti-humanist thinkers have rejected the assumption that people really have an essence, arguing that much of what we call essential is instead a reflection of specific systems, conditions, experiences, and relationships. Is there really an ideal state for human beings? If there is, how could we possibly identify or define it? Why should we believe that human essence is centered around creative work as opposed to any number of existential paradigms? Saying that humans ought to be any particular way is bold, and arguably challenging to defend. On top of that, our notions of human essence are informed by overlapping ideological structures, which have been mentally reproduced with the help of external forces. Nevertheless, the idea of alienation can survive a critique of the human essence. Even if there isn't some kind of species being, the fact that commodities rule over our lives and the fact that many of us search for meaning in the everyday cycle of capitalist production remain pretty difficult to contest. Even if the issue is not so much about a separation from a supposed nature, the structures that dominate our lives and depress our sense of self are very much real and persistent. With that, we can conclude our discussion of alienation. Hopefully this video has helped you better understand what alienation means in the context of Marxist theory. Many thanks to the people supporting on Patreon. Your monthly contributions have already made a world of difference and will continue to improve the quality of content.
Okay. Let's,
If you're a working person,
read the other
you've
one. Watch the other one about alienation as well.
This is David Harvey, and you're listening to the Anti-Capitalist Chronicle.
Alright. So anyone like in the chat wants to ask any question at all? Like, okay, I want you to think about your jobs and what about your job that makes you feel alienated. To me, as a musician, even if you can say like, sure, like I'm my own boss, quote unquote, but I am at the mercy of the platforms that I use, you know? Like one day DistroKid would just fuck me over and not pay me, you know? One day Spotify would just flag all of my songs for no fucking reason. One day YouTube would just not give me my earnings, you know, my revenue. One day Twitch would just not allow me to do that. So I don't have any say to it. Like I do have like, you know, right now like you could say that I have the direct, like on the aspect of creative control, I do have it, but I am still at the mercy of the platforms that I use to share my music. So after like, so I use DistroKid, right, as my music distribution platform, or music distribution company that would deliver my songs to different streaming platforms. But I don't really know, they're very obscure about how we're getting paid. Like we don't, like there are some calculations, but they're also like saying like, oh, it's not like this all the time, because it depends whether your listeners subscribe to Spotify or it's the listener listened to you from a free account or whatever. And also we just really don't know. Like sometimes the payments are delayed. Sometimes I really don't know the pay cycle of DistroKid. Sometimes it's like the first week of the month, and then after 3 months it's gonna be on a different date again. Like there's no certainty like when my payout's gonna be there. That's why it's you can really see the precarity in the music industry, or as like an indie musician, right? So even if I choose not to be beholden to directly to like a corporation that would put me on a contract, I'm still in some way at the mercy of corporations whose platforms I use to distribute my music, you know? Yeah, you don't control the means of distribution. Basically, yeah, because even if I have fans in Russia, DistroKid does not cater to would not distribute my songs to what's this called, to Yandex Music because of the sanctions, right? Because it's an American company, not American company. Wait, I think
Russian.
DistroKid is an American company. Spotify
Oh, okay.
is a Swedish company. Yeah. But because
That's so messed up.
yeah, so because of that, like even though like I have like massive following in Russia, they can't listen to me. And I'm losing all of that revenue, streaming revenue potential just because of the sanctions, you know? And most of those
Yeah,
people,
sanctions just really hurt the common people.
right? Like
Yeah.
it's really difficult. Like no, none of the fucking billionaires in Russia are suffering. None, completely. Not the rich people in Russia are just living life as it is. Although they have some assets frozen in somewhere, in somewhere in Europe and whatever, but they're still rich. they're still they're still sitting on billions of like money from exploited labor. As a tech support, okay, let's read the alienation experience. So if you're anti-humanist, you could argue that alienation might not necessarily be dehumanizing. I don't know. As a tech support, I feel alienated when I assist customers with devices I know I will never be able to afford or even see in person. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mm, that's a good one.
Yeah, if there were other sapient entities, they could be alienated as well. We humans just happen to be cognitively complex and lonely. I'm a teacher. The IMF literally conditions how much budget and salary governments that owe money to the IMF can give out. Sanctions work on allies, not enemies that are already prepared for something like that. Yeah, true. It reminds me of something the son of the hospital CNO told me. He was making an analogy about competing hospitals and competing fast food chains. He wanted to make the hospital I work at more like McDonald's and less like Burger King. Something about brand perception. What? He called the patients at the hospital customers and said that better brand perception get you better customers. Yeah, that is fuck. Yeah, when healthcare becomes for profit, right? When you have a, what do you call this? When you operate under the intention of generating profit, it becomes less about the people involved, the workers and the people that are acquiring the services, but more about the brand and the fucking the branding. Imagine that hospitals are brands, I guess.
Yeah, the company I used to work for, it was both education and hospitals. And doctors in India have sales targets. They need to perform X number of surgeries and operations per
Man, what
month.
the fuck?
Yeah, which is why even for things that don't require like general anesthesia or something like that, they'll put them on a general anesthesia so that you're hospitalized for 24 hours
So then they would just
and
like fucking
charge you
prescribe
more.
shit, or like, yeah,
Mm.
unnecessarily just to meet a quota. What the fuck? That's why Israel sanctions would work, but Russian sanctions not as much. That is true. Because Russians have already created their own systems to like prepare for
Yeah.
the thing. They all I think most of them are just working fine there. Like they're banking and shit. Pretty sure the sanctions are so draconian that like even if you do business with someone who does business with Russia, you get banned in the US and have to liquidate all your US operations if they deem that it somehow helps the war effort. Yeah. Yeah. This makes me wanna let's not, this is just not. Yeah, let's not do that, Samuel. Just My father works in healthcare, and I really don't get what he sees in the job. It could be. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's just the systems in place that makes it miserable. You know.
I mean, ideally, we would all want to be if we had to be employed in stuff like healthcare or I don't know, like actual valuable shit, not like marketing and advertising, stuff like that.
Mm. I think it's a good thing though. Like a lot of people want to help others. You looks like you need some of Uncle Host's revolutionary optimism. That's true. Also, can you delete your message? Because I might get in trouble. Yeah, I already did. Regarding alienation, it's fun having to work retail where they expect you to act like a salesperson pushing services onto people constantly, even if you're not rostered on for sales, and them expecting a lot more from you if you're on sales. Yeah. I have no
Yeah,
experience in retail though, but like yeah, that sounds really miserable.
that is what eventually what all companies do. Everyone becomes a sales and marketing person,
A what?
even if you're an engineer,
Mm.
whatever. Like because capitalism in capitalism only the oligarchs are going to make money in a mature industry.
Mm.
Eventually, industries, like most players, they start to make losses and they get bought by the
Mm.
bigger companies and stuff like that. So what they do is they'll force everyone into sales and marketing. Everyone has to do it.
Mhm.
So whether you're an engineer, whether you're in production, whether you're in operations, everyone has to be in sales and marketing. Which is why hospitals also have the doctors have become like the sales and marketing personnel.
Oh yeah, that's true. Especially in America, they
Mm.
have to do certain things that doesn't just involve like helping people. They have to also deal with pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
There's just so much red tape going on. I have so many questions right now. What are your questions, Zafiro? Honestly, my job, I feel alienated in my job that my job isn't considered a real job. How so? What is your job? Honestly, my current job is my favorite job I've ever had because it's not customer service and I don't have to talk to anyone. What
Sounds
is your
great.
job? I
Yeah.
mean, that's great if it makes life more bearable. I do remember a video recommended to me by YouTube about a neurosurgeon who quit their job to live in the mountains. I've seen that. He shared a few stuff about the healthcare system that I never thought about. I've seen it. Uh, I've seen that one. Yeah, he was so close though, but so far. He has like some. He had of course a liberal conclusion about it. I wish he had a Marxist friend that could helped him understand deeply why he felt like shit being being a top neurosurgeon made him feel like shit. I'm an engineer, and all my friends tell me, I know you want to do engineering, but all the money is in sales, so you have to do it. Ugh. Yeah. I'm training to be a writer and working on a book. You feel alienated from it because you're why would you think that it's not a real job?
People be like, there's no real value in it. You
I
can't make
mean,
a career
yeah.
in it.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a reinforced, belief in society
Mm,
that that the arts, like being a
mm.
musician, right? Being an artist, being a writer, they're not profitable. They're not stable. You won't get a stable job being any of those, right? I still have that. That's why I'm not quitting my job yet. I still have those reservations because I know how unstable or how precarious being a content creator and a musician is.
Of course.
Although I'm not putting all of my eggs in one basket because I have YouTube, but it's really not that. But my money maker is Spotify. Like my music is my bread and butter. But I'm also kind of like my my content creation side of things. My streams and such. They're also generating decent amount of income. But like I said, like they you know these platforms could pull the rug under me anytime without any reason. So I just don't want to have to constantly wrestle with that possibility and give me anxiety and would push me to like become more frantic in content creation and burn myself out. I'm a ramp agent at the airport. The main part of my job is getting people's luggage loaded or unloaded from the planes. Oh, always
Yeah, it
have a
can be
plan.
very alienating.
That's true. But I guess they just don't want to talk to people.
Yeah, well,
But
I
every
mean, there are
job.
things you could enjoy about your job, but
Mm,
that is like, it's in comparison to what? It's in comparison to a job where you're alienated, plus you have to talk to people, which is a lot of emotional labor, like
that is true.
in customer service.
Yeah, unpaid emotional labor at that.
Yeah.
You're not getting paid enough to like cater to fucking Karens.
Mm.
At the very least, it'd be like doing a job where you don't have to talk to people. Although you still under capitalism, you're still alienated from your labor. But at the very least, you don't have to deal with Karens. There's a respite from the Karens. My job after the revolution would still be this, in addition to alienation. I feel as though at times there's no point to what I'm doing. Not in general, but with specific people. We have patients who come often to the hospital with chronic illnesses, frequent flyers. There have been easily 3 dozen of these kinds of patients who never improve despite it being possible. They almost are always homeless or mentally ill or have cancer and couldn't afford the best treatment. Yeah, that is my god, it's fucking dystopian. Your message failed to send. Oh, really? I am not sure because you're not automated. Mana, Nikki, can we take it that have you seen videos of how Americans insult or and belittle customer service? I
Yeah.
would. I mean, I've seen like I not that I don't know like particular videos, but like I've seen it. I have friends who work in customer service in the states, and they're all miserable. It still sucks. I'm outside in 40-degree Celsius heat, lifting heavy bags for planes that gotta leave on time, and probably damaging my ears from the noise of the engines, but at least I don't have to talk to people. Have you ever thought about using earplugs? I take that over going back to fast food. Yeah, for real. But do protect your ears though, because tinnitus is not fun.
Yeah.
definitely it like at least, for your next paycheck. Really? But they're probably shit, right? Like you should buy, at least at the very least, buy a really high quality earplugs.
I mean, any protection is better than none, I suppose.
Exactly, true. But just in case, like buy something of quality to protect your ears, because once you got there's no coming back from tinnitus. In Italy, when you have a job, most of the time they pay you like 40 to 100,000, 1,000 euros a month. Do you think it's underpaid? Yeah,
And that depends on
that
the
depends
cost
on.
of living where in Italy. Yeah.
Yeah. Where in
And
Europe, and like a month, that's not really enough if it were spent in Japan. 400 to 400
the
to
point is, it's not
a
that if
thousand euros.
you get a good wage. Point is that there should be no wage relation.
That's true. Do you think it's underpaid? I mean, I think for Europe standards, that's really low though.
But they also have a lot of public
Social.
health services and other
Mm,
things. So I don't know. Like it depends on where.
that's
But
true. That's true.
even if it it's a well-paying job, doesn't mean it should exist this
Mm-hmm.
way.
That is true.
Because one thing, like even if you study Marx's, what is that, wage, labor, and profit.
Mm.
So if the cost of living goes up, that 1,000 euros will not mean much. If the cost of living goes really down, it will mean a lot. So
That is true.
it's very precarious that
Inflation,
way.
yeah, that is true. Cause in the global south, 1,000 euros is a lot.
That way, see, in capitalism, people have gotten wealthier, right?
Mm.
Even the working class.
Mm,
But
mm, mm.
the ruling class has gotten so much more wealthier that what it translates to is that we've gotten poorer.
That is true.
Even if you're objectively wealthier from, like say 20 decades ago or something
Mm,
like
mm,
that.
mm, mm, mm. But the weight, the wealth gap has just
Mm.
gone so much. I don't know, beyond our imagination, that it doesn't really. It's insignificant. It doesn't matter if we're richer today than our ancestors, or like our, like, let's say like our great grandparents. I remembered something. Henry Ford devised the production line so that any individual worker would know how to make a full product. That's part of why capitalism is the most extreme form of alienation, at least in previous artisanal modes of production. A traditional worker, smith, shoemaker, basket weaver, etc., could make their own product and style. That's true. Yeah.
And Gabor Mate had another point to add to alienation, to Marx's alienation. He uses this theory in his psychotherapy theories.
Oh yeah.
He added alienation from nature.
Hmm.
It's so alienated from nature, my God.
We are. Some people don't even know what like fucking vegetables look like, or
Yeah,
like,
or how to coexist with animals and stuff like that.
yeah. There's okay. So like there's this one like really like famous streamer who drank like water on stream and was so disgusted by water because all they drink is like carbonated drinks.
Shocking. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I
that guy
cannot stand.
and that guy lives in a place where there's full of cockroaches. Like he's really living it up. The real gamer experience. Chat, do you know which person I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we saw this or
As
something.
Asmongold. Yeah. The cockroach guy. I don't really know what he does, but like I mean he's a famous like gaming, I don't know, whatever. But I know him as the cockroach person. And he also has the most like, he's anti woke and shit. Like of course he's a white guy, but like He's just one of those people, you know. Like he was so disgusted. He's like, who drinks this shit? Normal human beings with bro. Guess I have to reword it. Oh well. At my retail job, they got rid of the security person that's meant to stand at the door as a greeter and bag checker. So everyone except sales has to spend an hour standing there at the door, dissociating, completely ruining flow of work, especially if you're rostered to be in storeroom where you are constantly understaffed with at best only 3 people while being bombarded with deliveries and having to look at faulty items for people to come in. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucked up. Unfortunately, I now know. It's funny because I thought that sounds like Asmongold, and then it turns out literally was him. Yeah, yes. Everybody knows who I am talking about. Maybe he's Jane and doesn't want to hurt the bugs. What? Didn't he have like deer blood on his wall once? I know a little about him. I don't know. I didn't even know that. Oh yeah, that guy. I saw a couple of clips of him. Asmund has become so involved in the right wing, like anti-woke gaming stuff, and I think it's straight up because the views pushed him in that direction. The views? What's the view? Which views? He used to be way more moderate. You mean the viewers? Or like looking for views? On topic of not knowing how to live with animals, my cat. Like increasing number of views. Okay, he fishing for views. I guess like if you want to be, if you want to it's the classic right-wing grift, right? Like just pearly things, Ben Shapipo, those people, Andrew Tights, Andy Tights. Yeah, looking for views plus the viewers. So he attracted some yikes people when there was a lot of them, he tried to pander to them, I guess.
Not sure.
Personally, my opinion about woke, it's like woke, it's perfectly fine as long as it's not used in the wrong way. I mean,
Yeah, woke is just a right-wing insult.
yeah. And when someone calls me woke, I don't really feel anything because I'm like, okay, so wait, why do they think that it's an insult? And also, the thing is, I'm not woke. I'm a fucking communist. I'm not a fucking
Yeah.
shit lib who is just like, being mad on the internet because of identity politics, bro. Personally, Asman used to have bloody gums in his mouth due to bad hygiene, and he used to rub them on his wall. Oh shit! What the
Ew.
fuck? Ew. Like, mind you, this guy is a millionaire.
Most millionaires are gross anyway.
That's true. I think there's a difference between liberal woke scolding and identity politics versus actual leftist ideas. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
of
that's
course.
why I don't get affected by those things because I don't identify with it. So I'm like, okay. So the only way woke I knew was woke up. Woke is just the new SJW, which is the new Judeo Bolshevik. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's like the cultural Marxists, the one that Jordan Peterson always rants about. Under those are the the wokes and the SJWs. It's the cultural Marxists. Woke was
and
originally a term
cultural
from
feminism.
the African American community that meant being aware of the injustices around you. It's been picked up by a lot of people in the last few years and distorted it from its original meaning. Right wingers, as usual, they always like take whatever African American people do and then like AAVE, right?
Mm,
Music, AAV, anything culturally relevant. The trends. Right wingers would argue you are the ultimate woke. Woke has kind of lost its meaning and it's now the term for anything a right winger doesn't like. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't identify with it, and I also don't really care if they call me woke. Okay. Remember what happened with Black Myth Wukong? I don't know. I don't know what happened with Black Myth Wukong. I just know it's a game from China. That's from like before the pandemic, though. Who cares? I don't really give a fuck when these things came up, but like we're just talking about like we're not talking about the particulars here because it's just it's a waste of time. We're just kind of like laying out the ideas, not like overly concerned about the particulars, because who gives a shit, bro? The right literally can't stop trying to just rebrand Nazism. Yeah, it's true. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Nazism just ruins every symbols, and they find this true. The game, I have to yet see the game looks cool and quite computer crashing. It's more like it's similar to Souls games. I heard. I don't know. I saw Planya play it. I was when I visited one of her streams and she was playing that game. It was pretty. I like it. But I don't think I can play those types of games because I'm not really like I can't play Elden Ring, so I can't play those games. Journey to the West Souls. Basically, Black Myth Wukong was called out by a journalist for not being inclusive. What does that mean? The dev seemed kind of misogynistic, to be honest. I have no idea. I don't know what goes on with that game. Anyway, shall we move on and watch the David Harvey's version?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chronicles, a podcast that looks at capitalism through a Marxist lens. This podcast is made possible by Democracy at Work. So for this week's topic, I want to take up the question of alienation. Now, alienation is a concept that has a somewhat checkered history on the left, but I think there's a very good reason why today we might want to revive it and consider it in much greater detail, because I think it has great relevance to helping us understand the relationships between politics and the economy. Part of the reason for the checkered history is that Marx in his early years was very fond of talking about alienation, and it played a very prominent role in his thinking when he wrote the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. But at that time, the definition of alienation that Marx held to was really a sense that our daily reality was not in accord with our inner spirituality, if you want to call it that. And that Marx had a rather idealist notion of humanity. He came up with the concept of species being, and his argument was that capital was really preventing us from realizing the perfection of which we were capable, given our species being. So it was an idealist concept, a utopian concept, but it played a very important role in defining the subjective sense of feelings of alienation, loss, and separation that characterized much of the working class in relationship to capital. So it was not entirely redundant as a scientific concept, but its basis lay in this rather humanist conception of what human beings were capable of and the frustrations of that capacity by being embedded within a market system and being embedded in a system where a capitalist class held the power. Now, this ideal of alienation that existed in these early writings were problematic, even for Marx himself. So by the time he got to the end of the 1840s, he was beginning to write a different kind of interpretation in which he did not rely upon this idealist conception of species being, but relied more and more on historical interrogation of the concepts which would describe the relationships which existed under capitalism, and an attempt to create a more kind of scientific Marxism. And for that reason, we find there was a tendency very strong in the 1960s and 1970s to try to erase alienation from the scientific forms of Marxism that were favored by people like Althusser, theoretically, and by the communist parties which existed in Europe at that time, very much in close relationship with the thinking of the communist governments in Soviet Union. So in the 1960s, the concept of alienation tended to be abandoned on the grounds that it was not scientific, it was not verifiable, it was not therefore to be considered part of what socialist and communist science should be about. But this argument that Marx abandoned the concept of alienation in the late 1840s does not fit very well with the fact that in 1857-58 he wrote a long manuscript called the Grundrisse. And in the Grundrisse, what we find is a situation in which the concept of alienation comes back into the picture, but it has a very different form and has a very different origin and a very different meaning. In the Grundrisse, it looks like this, that if we become separated from something which belongs to us and we therefore lose control over it, we become alienated from it. So Marx started to argue that the very act of exchange from one person to another meant that there was an alienation of the commodity as I traded it away, so that the form of alienation had a technical kind of meaning. But then that meant that as you built an understanding of how the market system worked, so that technical meaning took on far more broader meanings. So in the Grundrisse, Marx starts talking about how the laborer is alienated from the labor process. Alienated in the following sense, that they are employed by capital, they produce a commodity, but they do not actually have any power over the commodity they have produced, nor do they have any right to the value which is embodied in that commodity. So in a sense, the labor which the laborer can provide is alienated from its product. But this is a technical alienation, which means that the value belongs to capital, the commodity belongs to capital. Furthermore, command over the labor process itself moves away from the laborer in the sense that the laborer who commands tools and skills and so on still has a certain power in defining how things are produced. But as time goes on and machinery is introduced and the factory system comes into being, what we find is that the laborer becomes an appendage of the machine and becomes alienated from the labor process itself. So the labor process, the labor product, and the value therein, all of them are alienated from the laborer. And that loss becomes, of course, part of a political claim which kind of says we should invent a kind of society in which laborers receive their just rewards and that they can claim rights over the value and the commodity that they have produced. But it's not only the laborer who experiences alienation. What Marx does is start to talk about the way in which capital experiences the same kind of problem. Now, on this side, I think we have to actually stretch ourselves a bit to recognize that the capitalist begins, in terms of bourgeois theory at least, in a situation where holding property rights, they are free, and there is a certain egalitarianism in the market process with which they engage. So that the starting point for capital accumulation is one in which the capitalist is, quote, free to choose, as Milton Friedman would put it. And that freedom of choice and the egalitarianism that comes from exchange and exchange becomes then, if you like, the basis for the capitalist system. And the big issue that Marx then has to address is how does this system, which is based on the universality of equality and freedom, gets turned into inequality and unfreedom, even for the capitalist. And the answer there is that the market system is something that individuals do not control. The market system becomes, with the proliferation of market exchange, becomes a system which actually forces capitalists into certain kinds of activities, whether they like it or not. And the phrase that Marx uses to talk about this a lot is the notion of the coercive laws of competition. That individual capitalists are not free to choose. Individual capitalists will choose something and then find that it's not compatible with what the market demands, and that the market then will discipline them to do this or to do that. And of course, this is something which is a certain commonality between Marx and Adam Smith, because Adam Smith also took the view that the market was something which was able to negotiate between all kinds of motivations and all kinds of activities to do it in a way in which individual motivations really didn't matter. What really mattered was the hidden hand of the market would decide what should be produced, how it should be produced, and how much it would cost, and all the rest of it.
The invisible hand.
What Marx talks about in the Grundrisse is the way in which the capitalist starts in a situation of freedom and the like, but it turns into a situation of unfreedom. And this, of course, then meets very much with the idea that you have alienated labor and alienated capital, which come together in the labor process, and that therefore that alienation is foundational for what the capitalist system is all about, and that alienation is therefore embedded within the capitalist system. And from this standpoint, alienation becomes as much of a scientific concept as anything else. And while somebody like Althusser would claim that Marx went through an epistemological break in 1848, when he switched from a language in which he could talk about alienation to one where he had abandoned the concept, the revival of the concept in 1858 would suggest that there is a way of bringing back the question of alienation into our understanding of political economy. Now, this form of alienation then suggests on both sides, both capital and labor, that there are separations and that there are losses which accrue. This comes out most clearly in Marx's chapter in Capital on the Working Day. In the chapter on the working day, what we see is that the capitalist employs the laborer for a certain period of time in which the laborer gets the value of labor power, and then the capital extends the length of the working day to create a surplus, and that surplus gives the surplus value to the capitalist, which gives them the profit that they seek. So surplus value is labor, which really originates with the laborer, but which is appropriated by capital, and this is a loss. But the coercive laws of competition basically put a situation in which if I employ, as a capitalist, if I employ labor and I only employ it for, sort of 6 hours a day, but somebody else is competing with me and they employ their laborer for 8 hours a day, then I am likely to find myself driven out of business. And very soon, all capitalists are competing with each other to extend the working day so that they get more and more and more profit.
Fuck that.
So this competition between individual capitalists forces individual capitalists, no matter whether they're good people or bad people, to extend the working day to a maximum unless there is some mechanism which is going to control that tendency. And the mechanism is, of course, legislation of some sort, which will come into being to trying to counter this alienating activity of extending the working day so that it goes to more and more hours, so that you can actually control it by saying we have a 10-hour working day or an 8-hour working day or a 40-hour working week or something of that kind. So the question of alienation then is there, because then we ask the question, to what degree does the labourer get any kind of satisfaction out of the labour process and any satisfaction out of the fact that they are producing the commodities that they produce? And here we come back, if you like, to the kind of subjective side of things, because when Marx starts to talk about capital being ruled by abstractions, those abstractions are the ruling ideas of the ruling class. And to the degree that the ruling ideas of the ruling class hold sway, then that does not create an opportunity for critique. And this is something which, however, runs up against the workers' sense that they are being exploited, the workers' sense that something is unfair about the fact that they are creating all the value and they're getting very little of it. So this is one of the points again where alienation comes back in. And so we could ask the question, to what degree do working people feel alienated by their conditions of employment, alienated from the fact that they feel that the work they put in is not adequately remunerated. They feel alienated from the fact that they have no command whatsoever over the actual production process. That production process is regulated from outside through the use of machinery. They have no control over their time because the time regime is really dictated by conditions of work within the labor process.
Okay. So, Comrade Nikki needs to get dinner. Hold on. Comrade Nikki, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I mute myself when the video's playing.
Okay. So, do you want to get off the stream or do you want to continue it sometime?
I can listen now, but then I'll have to get away from my laptop because I'm using two devices.
Oh, okay.
So I'll listen from my phone.
Okay.
Like I'll be at one of the ends now.
Okay, so do you want to just stay on and then like we're gonna continue later or something?
Yeah, after dinner I can just continue. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll hop back in.
Can we also just like continue the video?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Have fun eating dinner.
Yeah, I'll be back soon.
All right. Bye. Okay. Imps, let's continue this. I know some of y'all are really bored, but this is quite important. Okay. Let's just sit through this.
So that in all those respects, we would argue that the condition of alienation is latent within any workforce and is likely politically to be expressed. And at this point, the subjectivity of alienation, which is described back in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, comes back into the picture. But is no longer an alienation from a kind of the perfection of which we are capable. It's really an alienation from the realities of the daily grind of going to work every day and working those hours and receiving only that form of remuneration.
Yeah.
So the conditions of labour then are likely to give rise to a sense of alienation, and a sense of alienation has a number of subjective consequences. One of the first consequences is that it's very difficult to imagine a labour force which is deeply engaged with what is going on if it feels alienated. And the subjective condition of alienation tends to create what you might call a sort of a distance between the labour process itself and the sense of satisfaction that can be derived from it. Now, this doesn't mean that it's impossible for workers to feel any sense of satisfaction from the labour process, even under the domination of capital, because manifestly that labour process can be organised by workers themselves on the line in such a way as to actually be interesting, to be a sense of value attaching to it, and a sense of pride in the work that they do. So you will find labour forces employed under capital where there is some degree of contentment, and there are strategies which emerge amongst the capitalists to try to encourage what's called ex-efficiency by developing certain relations amongst the workforce and between the workforce and the supervisors and the capitalists, which actually can do something about the loss of alienation, or the loss of satisfaction. So in the 1970s, for example, there were things called quality circles in automobile manufacture, in which workers would get together and they would decide themselves what they would do on the shop floor and how they would do it. They would often compete with other work gangs, and so there would be a sort of friendly competition between them, and one would try to outdo the other. So there are situations which arise in which you could look at a labour process and say, this is reasonably unalienated in terms of its subjective conditions, even though the underlying objective alienations still remain in place.
Yeah.
But for most people, on the other hand, there is a profound dissatisfaction. And when you start to look at some surveys of satisfaction in the labour process, you find a lot of negative results. There are surveys which suggest that about 50% or 70% of the labour force either are not interested in their work or don't care about it or hate it, and that therefore there's limited work satisfaction. And this then also contracts back to the nature of the labour process. The capitalist is not free to choose any kind of labour process. If a labour process is invented, which is mechanised and automated, and therefore where workers have almost no real serious creative and interesting role, and that is the most profitable form of a labour process, then what will happen is the capitalist will be forced to introduce that labour process. And I think it's no accident that those work circles and so on, which you would find in some of the auto companies in the 1970s and 1980s, disappeared in the 1980s as competition heated up between the different auto companies for how well they could work. And therefore, again, capital does not freely choose what its technology shall be, and doesn't freely choose the conditions of labour that it will impose upon a workforce when it comes through the factory gates. Beyond that, of course, we also have going on the emergence of new divisions of labour, and the disappearance of many industrial jobs and the transformation into kinds of rather meaningless service jobs and janitorial jobs and all the rest of it, which are jobs which have almost no real content in terms of physical satisfaction. So that as the labour processes become reorchestrated around automation and these days around artificial intelligence, it's unlikely that you're going to find more and more job structures which have some satisfaction attached to them. In fact, we could divide roughly what goes on in society into two categories of labour. One is the sort of mental labour, and the other is the routine manual labour in both in industry and the routine labour in many of the service industries like banking and so on. So what we need to look at today are what are the conditions of labour, how much alienation is there Is there a widespread and increasing sense of alienation with employment structures and with loss of regularity of work and increasing precarity of work and temporariness of work? Is there something going on in that area which will say that there's less and less satisfaction in the labour process today than there was many years ago? And in what sense would we argue that the advent of a socialist economy will be an attempt to so minimize alienating labour that the alienating labour is reduced to something that is automated, artificial intelligence takes it all over, and therefore we don't need people to do that anymore, which would free up time for everybody to be able to do what they want. The idea of a socialist society, in many cases, people will say one of the big signs of a socialist society is one where there's an abundance of free time for everybody, where people are emancipated from wants, needs, and find themselves able to live in that world that Marx described when he said that the realm of freedom begins when the realm of necessity is left behind. That if we can take care of all the necessities, do all of the alienating jobs through automation and reduce the alienating jobs to just a few hours a week or something of that kind, then the rest of the time we can do very much what we want,
Exactly.
and in a way
We can have
that we
hobbies.
want it. So alienation in the
other
labour
things.
process then comes back into Marx's argument in the Grundrisse in that kind of fashion. And while the word alienation does not actually crop up very much in Marx's Capital, the fact of alienation is all over the place, because Marx is talking about the way in which workers get turned into the appendage of a machine, that they move from a situation of being in control of the means of production to being controlled by the means of production. Marx also talks about the alienation that attaches to the extent, the way in which the working day is set up. He talks about alienation in terms of the decision-making of the labour process.
This
And what he
especially,
does, in effect, is to actually resurrect.
like, do you have like you can really feel the alienation when your executives would make you do certain things that you know on the ground does not work. Like, motherfucker, have you tried doing this? Like, I know that you're just imagining this in your head, but we can't implement this in real life, you know? And you have worked at your job for a long time, and you know that none of this shit works, that they forcibly like make you do, and then when you do it, and then it flops spectacularly, we're blamed for that. And I'm like, we told you to not do this shit, man. We told you 1,000 times that this doesn't fucking work, and now, okay, fine, we will implement it, and then it fucking fails. And then who are they gonna blame? The fucking workers. We don't have a say in the labor process. Fucking hell, man. I know all of you who has a job has experienced this in your life.
The categories that he described in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, which is the labourer is not in control of the value they produce and has no right to the value they produce. They're not in control of the commodity.
I mean, well, good for you, but that's not the majority of people, Addictive. But good for you. If you don't have to deal with that kind of shit, I mean, lucky you. But that's not the reality for like probably 99.9% of people.
They produce, which belongs to capital. They're not in control of the labour process, and therefore the alienation which exists there is important. And beyond that, there is an alienation in relationship to nature and the metabolic relation to nature, because we're increasingly forced to extract raw materials from nature at an increasing rate. So all of these forms of alienation, which are described in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, come back, but they're now embedded in a scientific understanding of the accumulation of capital and how the labourer is alienated, but also the capitalist is also alienated and forced into alienating ways of activity because the capitalist is not in control. They're being driven by abstractions, and those abstractions are the abstractions that come from the ruling ideas of the ruling class. So that is one part of the alienation story, which I think we should recognize is important in today's world, and is therefore the source of much of the discontent which exists in this world. So let me now leave it there, and then we'll come back to this question in the next blog. Thank you for joining me today. You've been listening to David Harvey's Anti-Capitalist Chronicles.
Yeah, probably not like in your division or something, or in your department, but I'm pretty sure in your company that happens a lot, you know? You're probably not directly affected by it. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, you know? The regional manager at my retail job for every sale gets people to blow up balloons to hang around the store simply because he likes them. My God. Didn't say that it doesn't exist. I mean, yeah. But you make it sound like, oh, I don't have that problem, e.g., like, therefore, you know, like, why is it a problem? Because I'm not experiencing it. But I mean, good for you, you know, that you don't have to deal with that, but most people do. I think you're projecting. What do you mean I'm projecting? That's literally how you kind of like just said it. Like, oh, I don't have that kind of problem. I mean, good for you. I mean, I said, like, it's good for you. Yeah, good for you that it doesn't exist for you. Okay, what's your point? The fuck? And what do you want me to add to that? Like, the fuck? Good. Congratulations, you escaped the hellhole that most people who have jobs have to experience. What else do you want me to say? Congratulations. The fuck? All right, so moving on. What happens in most jobs? The disconnect between upper management and actual workers on the ground. And that creates that creates a very alienating feeling to the workers who have to implement what the upper management directs the workers to do, you know? Most bosses don't know shit about the day-to-day activities you have to do at best. They might have some outdated understanding of what it's like, but it's kind of rare to have bosses that know anything about the jobs people under them do. Or some people don't even realize that what they're doing is inefficient. Hold on, let's go back to
If you're a working person,
the stuff that Red Menace, yeah, this one. I like this one. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I guess most people have that kind of experience. Okay, moving on. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. Are we going through this? Hold on. I think they have some episodes here. While we're at it, um oh, there's a lot of like good stuff here. Re-upload. Decolonization is not. Oh yeah, I like. Okay, all right. I've read this one. Um, you know, like most communists would say to abolish the nuclear family. This is where it started. Has any one of you here read uh this book by Marx's favorite Bay? The Origin of the Family, Private Property in the State. Not yet. It's pretty short, actually. But I guess you would need to understand some like basic concepts of Marxism, of Marxist terms in order for you to understand, like fully grasp what Engels mean. Yeah, Marxist sugar daddy. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Or I guess this is gonna be too long though. Let's try some videos for everyone, which is like a little bit more digestible. But my circle of friends discuss it often on Discord. Okay.
Do you know, anatomically modern
Let's look at Marxism today and what they have at the moment. Okay, there's a Socialism 201. Okay. But today is Socialism 101. General streams, space music. Marxism today.
How alive?
The dialectics of my living room. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Since we're still on the 101, let's probably try do this. Barbie ushers in world communism. Oh, okay. So it's like an real world application to Marxism. Okay, I think this is more relatable for everyone because nobody wants to like. I think for most people who are not really who are just being introduced to socialist or Marxism or socialist terms. Yeah, they would not. I would be a little bit more intimidating to like delve into these things. So maybe we can try the more relatable stuff. Let's try and watch this one.
Life is my living room. There's me. I guess my plants live there. They die. But other than
Hold on. I mean, it sort of depends. In an office job, it's very get in, get out, not much social interaction. Something like a chief or small motel probably has more. What's the cavernicle? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, in most jobs there are plenty of like incompetent bosses, you know, and that just adds more to the feelings of alienation by most people, where they have to like I said previously, they have to implement something that doesn't really that's inefficient, that you know it's inefficient, that you can't especially in Japan, like it's not easy to go against a superior because in here seniority reigns supreme, right? It doesn't really matter how much like how good your idea is or how better it looks like, or for implementation purposes, like it would yield better results. But what would take priority is whatever the senpai would would say. At the end of the day, the your boss would still would still call the shots. He makes leftist commentary vids, kind of like Yagopnik. I don't really know him. I think I've heard of the name, but I've not seen his videos. Also, it's very common for those on top to disrespect those. Yeah, of course, it's a hierarchy. This what's like it's inherent in this dynamic. Those who are at the top would always like would have that feeling of superiority, whether or not they realize it or acknowledge it. It still exists. It's just yeah, that's why like it's very alienating. Okay, let's take a look at the dialectics of my living room.
And that, my living room is just there, static, never changing, just like the world. Wait, no, the world definitely changes. I see it happening every day.
Plant. I have
so
these.
does the world change?
Wait,
but my living room does.
Why is your potas lime dying? I have this plant. I have a gajma, but it's tiny.
I see it happening every
Wait, why is it dying, bro? No, what are you doing to your potas?
day.
Okay, anyway.
So does the world change, but my living room doesn't? I guess if I move out, it will. Or if they tear this place down. But does that count? Alright, if we're gonna do a philosophy of my living room, we might as well do it right. WWMS. What would Mao say? There are two different ways to describe my living room. Dialectical, metaphysical, both representing a different worldview. There's a metaphysical worldview which sees my living room as static and unchanged. Whatever is will always be. The bourgeoisie loves this one. Capitalism is, so always will be. Metaphysics also states that things are isolated. Alright, so this is metaphysics, but how about a dialectical approach? The dialectical worldview states that all things are made up of contradictions. Everything. The ruling class is made up of internal contradictions. If we don't look at different factions within the ruling class, we can't understand it. Can we understand Bernie Sanders without understanding Biden? We also can't understand the ruling class without looking at the working class.
Yeah.
The ruling class acts very differently when the working class is strong than when the working class is weak. So not only can we understand the ruling class by looking at its internal contradictions, we also have to look at how it relates to the world, to the working class, to ruling classes of other countries, to capitalist crises, etc. Dialectics is so exciting. Alright, so this makes sense for the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, but how does this make sense for my living room? Well, can I understand my chair without understanding my table? I can sit on my chair and, well, I can sit on my table. Okay, but my chair is an upholstery, back support, my table doesn't. There. Now I understand the difference. But look at what happened. I could only come to understand identity by understanding difference. I only understood how they're the same by understanding how they're different. And anytime there's identity and difference, there is contradiction. Now let's try looking at the chair in total isolation. How would we describe the essence of a chair? Would we look at what it's made out of? Different chairs are made up of many different materials. Plastics, wood, cotton, so many other things are made up of these materials though. Would we look at its social function? To sit on? To sleep on? But how many other things are there that we can sit and sleep on? How about the amount of socially necessary labor time that is contained in this chair? Well, that's in every commodity under capitalism. Thinking of something in isolation is quite hard. At no point is there complete identity, and at no point is there complete difference. There's always the two. Even when we look at the essence of just this chair, 4 wooden legs, yellow upholstery, this is a chair. But at what point does it cease being a chair? If I take away one leg, all of its legs? If I change the color of the upholstery? We can take away every single piece of this chair and ask the question, is it still the same chair? And it's only dialectics that can answer this. It depends on the scale and level of abstraction of the contradiction. It's all ultimately different levels of identity and difference. A chair is different under capitalism than it was under feudalism, even though its social function is the same. A chair's elevated seating to provide comfort and support gets at some part of the chair, but in relation to what are we trying to analyze it? Because this gets to only a part of it. It doesn't say anything about how different classes use different chairs. Ultimately, we understand how things are different from each other by looking at their internal contradictions. Internal contradictions define the nature of a thing. Identity and difference, difference and identity. Now you might think, well, there's identity and difference within everything in this world. And you'd be right. And that's what we call the universality of contradiction. In On Contradiction, Mao breaks down how the universality of contradiction has a twofold meaning. 1. Contradiction exists in the process of development of all things. 2. In the process of development of each thing, a movement of opposites exists from beginning to end. All right. Process, development, that's a lot. Back to basics. We can understand that contradiction exists in everything. Ultimately, there's identity between everything in this world. Materiality. Everything exists as matter in motion. Everything exists in this world. How about ideas? Well, ideas are matter too. Some ideas correspond to the objective world and are thus inseparable from their material existence. And the ideas that don't correspond to the objective world, where do they come from? Your brain. Neurons that are being fired off rapidly. Would you say those don't exist? No. They're material too. So in this way, there's identity between all things. We can call that identity of being. But is being a glob of undifferentiated matter? No. There are many differences between all things. Between a book and a river. Between the color purple and a supernova. Between the mass line and my beard. Seriously. Between my table and my chair. But how about this thing of motion? Mao talked about the process and development of each thing. We can see this a bit more easily with the development of a social process before going back to my beloved chair. Let's take class struggle under capitalism. The proletariat and bourgeoisie are a unity of opposites. They're in unity because they're both social classes in capitalist society, and opposite because their class interests are fundamentally opposed. But they are also in unity because they define each other. What makes the bourgeoisie the bourgeoisie? The fact that they extract surplus value from the proletariat. What makes the proletariat the proletariat? The fact that they sell their labor power to the bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
They literally define each other's existence. Under communism, there will be no classes. The bourgeoisie and proletariat will cease to exist. What needs to happen to get to communism? There needs to be a socialist transition, meaning that the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie transforms into the dictatorship of the proletariat. The primary aspect of the unity of opposites changes. Currently, the bourgeoisie runs society, the same society the proletariat lives in. We live under the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. After a revolution, when the proletariat is in power, it's the opposite. During a socialist transition, the proletariat runs society, the same society the bourgeoisie lives in. Everything is always in constant motion, and this tipping of the scale continues until the resolution of the unity of opposites of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. World communism. Cool, world communism. But what about my chair? My chair is literally there. It doesn't move unless I push it. But even this external force changes the relations within the chair. Let's say I flip it. The top and bottom are a unity of opposites. They define each other's existence and become each other under the right conditions. If I flip this chair, the bottom becomes the top and the top becomes the bottom. But that's due to my interference. Does that count? Well, that's a question of what's internal and external to the chair, which again, we can't separate. For example, look at this wood. It looks static, but there's plenty of motion within it. It's in decay, and at no point will it stop being in decay. It is always in motion. There's a continual combination and dissociation of atoms that eventually, in hundreds of years, will end in the resolution of this wood. Death. But that's just fully internal, no relation to the external, right? Well, I live in South Florida, and it gets moist here. I like to open up the door, let in some fresh air, but not too much. You get drenched. Now let's say I leave the door open every day, all day. The moisture would hasten the decay of the wood. Same way that light hastens the decay of this book. The cellulose in these pages would oxidize quicker, meaning that there is a relationship between the external light and the internal contradiction of this page. Because I could leave this light on all day and it wouldn't make much difference on the wood. Identity and difference, internal and external. Let's really drive this point home. Take this poster. It is a poster made up of different colors. The colors are different, but they also form the same thing. This poster. The lines are different, yet they form the same thing. There's the struggle and identity. This poster is made up of many different struggles that form the same identity. This poster is made up of contradictions.
Hey, yo, what the hell? Oh, let's go! Whoa, thank you so much, Rude Race. Rude Reyes. Or I don't know, are you French? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Damn, let's go. We're hitting goals every stream. Oh, wow. Okay, I am right again. I always spot the French. I am good at spotting the French. Because of your unnecessary vowels. Yeah, thank you so much. And also, Craig Bino, thank you so much for the sub. The OG bourgeois. They're fun. I think you're the second French person that's given me a gifted sub. The other one is, what's his name? The other one with the excessive vowels in their name. I am here to chop heads off. Hell yeah! If I'm called a bourgeois, I will burn this place down. Just a comrade helping other comrades out. You have learned from your French Revolution ancestors. Keep up the spirit. Actually, the French are good at that. The French always have riots. You have more from it if you do torture. What? What is that? Yeah, our riots are great. Yeah. We even have rolling barbecue. For reals? Barbecue on rails, baby. Hell yeah. Okay. Setting a new record. Something. What is new record? Level 4. What does that mean? Oh. But it's a man-wielded barbecue on rails, literally. Wait, for real? French people, yes. French government, no. We do not like Macron. The French people, though, yeah. More subs, bigger number. It's not a joke. What the hell? Damn. What's up, Mana? How's it going? It's been going. We watching socialisms here. I mean, there are a few good introduction books to communism and Marxism in different countries. Louis Althusser is very good, but a lot of the value depends on if you're like LARPing or if you actually applying it like communes, removing yourself from capitalism and not using things made under capitalism. I argue both are valid. Just depends on a bunch of factors. Okay. That makes sense. The thing is, we like capitalism was not created out of thin air either, right? It was created from the remnants of feudalism. And as I think Marx also mentioned that from capitalism, socialism will be created. Also, Ruderay, thank you so much for the gifted subs and actually subscribing. This makes Bobby the policeman want to turn off the body cam. Communism is a global movement. Isolating yourself from capitalism. Capitalism won't stop capitalism. It needs to be toppled. Yeah, exactly. It's much like the famous quote that's always misattributed to Lenin. You know, the ropes, them ropes, the selling ropes that I cannot mention because of Twitch TOS. So I hear someone needs to top capitalism. Yeah. Man, we have so much like internet brain rot that mere words can now be like considered sus because of how warped our brain has become. And we all collectively know what that means now, you know? Even I know that, and I am technologically impaired. Or rather, not impaired, but challenged, okay? Also, such strong support. Hype train completed. All-time record shattered. You've reached new levels of support. Wow! Wow, what does that mean? Touch of salt emote. Oh. Okay. Choo choo hype train. Tommy mommy to top capitalism. Oh, we're inching towards the sussy parts. Choo choo, motherfucker. Yeah. How many generations will it take to topple capitalism? Generations. Especially now. It means Jeff Bezos will come shake your hand personally. Usually the stream in itself telling the viewer what the leveling up is. No, I don't know what that means. I'm the train conductor. I don't know what that does. Yeah, exactly. Finally, I'm on my PC. I've been on mobile this whole time. Yeah, let's go. I do like I don't like watching anything on Twitch mobile. Like it's just it's so hard to engage. Oh yeah. Okay, so can anybody explain to me what hype train means? She damn Jet Black Janie. She hates us mobile user. No, I hate using mobile myself. I don't hate you for doing that. I mean, if you do that and watch my streams to do that or other streamers, I mean, good for you because I don't know how to do that. I mean, I do know how to do that, but it's just like it's so irritating to me. It's so irritating to use. I don't hate you, mobile users. Please come back. Basically, we give subs to just sub. Oh shit, what the fuck? So another sub. Okay, another gifted sub. Let's go. Holy shit. Don't spend too much money, please. Don't overspend. Basically, it does nothing but looks good. Wait, basically we give subs or just sub and there's a hype train. And it does nothing but looks good. Cracked screen mobile user here. Oh no, shit. Sorry. Like with any goal, you should take value in every action. If you think how long till I get ripped when going to the gym, you're asking the wrong question. You should instead be taking value in living a healthier life. Yeah, that's true. Like with pushing for the end of capitalism, you need to take value in the efforts, not just the end goal. Yeah. It's we have to also take pride in the process instead of just hyper focusing on the end results. Me overspending? Watch me. Damn, okay. Please. Have mercy on your finances. Literally though, like I don't require people to sub or whatever. I just put the goal there because why not? But ultimately, I'm not, I don't want y'all to like overspend because I would feel bad, man. Feels bad, man. Like you don't, like if you could afford it, yes, by all means, but if you feel pressured to like, oh, I have to, sub or I have to like contribute, don't. Literally don't. Because having you guys, I'm mainly a musician, okay? So having you guys like you guys listen to my music, that's like already giving me so much support, okay? So for you guys to be actually showing up to my streams, I'm not even, like I don't have the best presentations because I'm still trying to work my Twitch stuff. Hopefully I can I'm slowly trying to like I'm slowly trying to learn about the bots, and I will start implementing it to make like, like an actual Twitch streaming experience. Cuz I just jumped off from YouTube streaming to here last month. No, not last month. Yeah, last month, like mid-August. So there we go. I'm just happy that everyone's here, That's just actually, yeah, I'm just grateful for what I have. I'm always just grateful for anything that I can get, I don't understand like having to have like more. I don't fuck with that shit because it gets you to really dark places, So to me, I'm like, oh yeah, what the fuck? Let's go. Like to me, every single milestone is a win, like no matter how long it took or no matter whatever, no matter how small, no matter how big, it doesn't matter to me. I'm always still grateful, It's not a sprint and marathon, got it. Yeah, definitely, Okami. Like it's definitely a long ass centuries long marathon. Right? We plant trees knowing that we cannot benefit from the shade of those trees, right? Yeah, that's how it is. I hope with enough people it can be done with 1 to 2 generations. I'm slow in understanding new things, but I'll definitely provide as much support as I can. That's fair, but spending is still a choice, yeah. If I gave a nickel for every time I listen to your songs, you might be rich by now. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. In the future communist utopia, saving will be non-existent. That's for sure, yeah. Do you plan on karaoke streams too? Probably not on Twitch, but I would usually do that on YouTube. But if I can figure out some how to like separate the Twitch VOD, like to not get DMCA'd and getting taken down. Like I would probably do some light karaoke work on Twitch as well. But most of the karaoke stuff and the music stuff would be on YouTube. Although I'm thinking that it might be a little bit more interactive to do music writing streams on Twitch, and also it's my original music anyway, so I won't get DMCA'd. So I would probably do that on Twitch. So I would still do the after party on YouTube and the karaoke. Very mindful. Yeah, I totally agree. I like being austere, actually, really and truly. And this is why your streams are the best. I don't think mine streams are the best. I'm glad that you find entertainment in it, but I'm still trying because I'm basically like mainly a musician, and I've never, although I've been online for 3 years now, I haven't trained myself to actually be an entertaining streamer. I don't think I'm that entertaining. I don't know. I think there's a feature on Twitch where as soon as you end a stream, I think, yeah, that's what I was watching. I was watching the video of that before doing the stream, so I rewatch it again to understand how to do it. But I think I'm almost half into it, so I will figure it out. And I want to do like listening parties on, like if I have like a favorite band that just came out with like an album or something, I want to do a listening party on Twitch. And if I could do the separate VOD, like to like remove the music from the VOD, I would do that on Twitch, because you can't do that on YouTube, and that stream would just get demonetized. You can have the VOD available for download sent to YouTube Twitch already. Sent to YouTube from Twitch? Really? So I don't have to wait. Wait. So there's an option that you can just directly send it to your YouTube channel? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. What the hell? Demonetized. Thank you so much for another 10 gifted subs, Rudrie. Am I pronouncing your name right? Damn, dude. I like these streams. It's chill and I learn new stuff. Thank you. My jokes are really not practical now that now that I think about it. For real. You're really, you do be committing to the bit. Yeah, there's an option where as soon as you press end stream, it uploads to YouTube without you doing anything. Yo, what the fuck? Wait, where do I do that? You can just say rude. Rude. Okay, rude. All right, rude. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. And usually the French people are the ones that bring comedic relief in my streams. So you're the French person of the day. For some reason, it's always the French. And I always figure out that it's a French person. I don't know why. I could ask someone how they remove my music, remove music from VODs, because people have done it before for both Twitch. I know how to, like, I've seen a video, so I'm gonna do that. But the direct uploading thing, what? I don't know that. Cause like literally June cannot upload my VODs on my YouTube VOD channel because his internet connection is really like crappy right now. But I wanted to like kind of just lessen the burden for him, so like he doesn't have to like manually download my stuff and then upload it to my other channel, so that all he needed to do is like to kind of just make the thumbnails for it, you know what I mean? Okay, time for chopping head then. I think rude might be bourgeois after all. Damn. Damn. I welcome it. Okay. All right. Let's not travel into. Let's not steer this stream into the sussy territory. I've listened to your music for about 2 years now and only recently realized you're streaming. Right? See? See, you don't even know that I stream. I know, like, for a fact that probably 80% of my Spotify listeners don't even fucking know that I stream. Your streams are so nice to watch because they just feel so genuine. It's just nice to listen to you talk and learn new things. Oh, that's so nice. That really is it's heartwarming for me cuz I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You know, I'm just over here. Okay, so just to be honest with y'all, I wanted to do Twitch because I need some outlet of all the politics shit that I have in my head, okay? Or other things that are not related to my music because sometimes it just gets, you know, on YouTube, I just get tired of like explaining myself over and over again. Some people are like, "Why are you bringing politics into your music? Just you know, sing for me, monkey." And I'm just tired of it. Like I just want an outlet for a different thing, you know? I knew you stream and I saw you from OB as well. Politics? Yeah, I'm a fucking socialist. Welcome. I'm a YouTube music listener. I didn't know either. Oh, really? See? You're even Oh, let's go. Okay. I need to see this. I need to thanks for the link, Rude. I find it funny because I found you when you first started streaming and started listening to your music after finding this stream. Oh, for real? I'm pretty sure I caught your first Twitch stream. Let's go. Hey. Blat Vijig. That sounds Russian. I have no idea what's socialism. It's okay. That's literally the stream for today, but it's fine if you don't want to. Let me just look at this Twitch. Can I upload directly from YouTube to Twitch? Oh. Okay. Cuz I have a Twitch VOD channel, but it's not my main channel. Cuz I just want to keep my main artist channel like clutter free. Like kind of just like mostly music, you know. And the after parties and karaoke are just there. The first time I learned about your ideology is from Reddit discussion, and at that time, I don't even know what socialism is. I don't even know what is socialism, and here I am now. Wait, so I turned you into a socialist? A Reddit post about me radicalized you? That is so cool. I found you because I heard you were a socialist. Oh, let's go. Chat, we're about to get political. Yeah. Politics and personality in the art we enjoy. Uncalled for, but I'm ready. Oh, it's so Japanese. I'm sorry. All right. I had it set up for my streams too in... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait. Socialism is just tamer communism. They're not really like one or the other. They're one and the same. Socialism is the path towards communism. It's not like, socialism is the mini communism, no. The goal is communism. The path towards communism is socialism. I'm always excited to see new commie streamers. Very cool. I'll have to check out your music. Thank you. Oh, let's go. You're an actual communist. Okay, nice. Yeah, some people get it twisted. Like, oh, I don't really like communism. I like socialism. How do you think we can achieve communism, my dog? In what way? Show me the way. Although, yeah, and that's where anarchists and communists kind of differ. Like, MLs, Marxist Leninists, Maoists would be different in their ways to achieving communism. But both anarchists and quote unquote the commies would want the end goal, which is communism. Your music. No, our music. Okay. Yeah. The people's metal. Ah, fuck. The people's metal virtual singer. But you know what? I would rather be like, the go-to for like the working class. I would want to be considered working class music. Your waifu, no, our waifu. There are no waifus here. We are all comrades, okay? Watching your streams and VODs has basically made me feel more comfortable labeling myself as a socialist. Oh, hell yeah, let's fucking go. Let's go. That's the plan. It make it more palatable because of the fucking gremlin face. Who would hate this? Ooh, so scary. I mean, a lot of people hate me, but like, who would see this as a threat? Not threatening. I don't look threatening in the least bit. While casually seizing the means of production. Okay, I'm a streamer. I'm a streamer and a musician. Well, I'm a musician first, and then a part-time streamer. I would die in a revolution, okay? I need to be able to like survive a revolution first. This is true power right here. Yeah, I mean, we can from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs, right? So I am doing my part. I am doing my part. I'm contributing to building a better future with my anime bitch persona. You took all of my money and dare say you're not threatening. Wait, you volunteered your money. This is true power right here. Capitalism exists. Communism appears. Finally, a new challenger. Yeah, that's true. I like how Jet Black is just casually picking up the stuff that we're talking about here, even though they don't know what socialism is. I like your attitude better, actually. Give me the means of production, Uwu. Means of production. Bro. Socialism is a communism-free trial. I guess. Okay, like we can all remove the isms, right? We can just, how about this? Like, without the isms involved, like, what we want to achieve here is not like, to like be, to have like our like moral supremacy or whatever. We don't want that. We just want equal opportunity for everyone. We just want people to have their needs met, you know? Like their basic needs, like housing, education, like access to education, access to better healthcare, being what do you call this? Having an actual say on what their labor is going to be, you know? Free access to housing and education and healthcare, might I add. Ew, cringe. Yeah, you need to struggle. You need to like bootstraps your way into all of these things in order for you to deserve being alive or not. Having basic health checkup every year. I also have no idea what socialism is. All I know is fuck Macron. Okay. But you do need to look into your people though. I'm glad that you agree about your riots. If you're on the side of the working class, you know, and you sympathize with their pleas, you know, with their plight, with the plight of the working class and the plight of the marginalized people, I guess that you are a socialist by heart. Now, even if you don't understand theory, if you have a working conscience, I guess you would be able to agree with you know the points being raised by socialism or the principles that we have, you know. What's next? Food? Good night, Story. Thanks for dropping by the stream and tuning in. Oh wait, it's Tora. Good night, Tora. A Cappy, a social, and a Kami, all of them gotta be my favorite money farmer. Okay. Ew, nice living conditions for the working class. I'll take slavery, please and thank you. To add also, to do the job you want and not to be forced to do something you hate just for the sake of money. Just for the sake of surviving, right? Like right now, we're not even just we're not even working because like when we want to like have savings. We don't even have that luxury, right? Some of us are threatened by homelessness, you know? Like if we don't work, you're literally going to be homeless in like a month or two. So we need to have that job, you know, the job that some people hate their jobs, yeah. Let's be real here. Just to put a head over their head, to put a roof over their heads. True, but revolutionaries aren't the ones who decide violence will take place. The owner class decide if they'll cling to their power and crack down on workers. Yeah, for real. Depending on the level of organized labor power, the level of violence experienced during a revolution can be minimized. I feel less power, more violent methods, and vice versa. But the thing is, the ruling class will always employ violence in order to protect their interests. That's why they have the police. Why do you think we have the police force? It's not because it's not there to protect and serve you, the person, you know, the common Joe. It's there to protect private property, you know, to protect the interests of the ruling class. Yeah, like Blatt said, they will. They will. Yes, agree. They set the standard of violence. I mean, I am working class, so yeah. That's good enough for me. Wait, you guys work? Like having a job? Yeah, they all have this weird notion that communists don't have jobs. Literally, I got radicalized because I have a job. Like, what the fuck? I got alienated from my job And I feel like, wait, there's more to like have clocking in and clocking out and not really getting, like, I get a raise from my salary, but after all the taxes and all that stuff, I still end up with the same amount, you know? So I and then there's inflation, right? Like, why does the cost of living increase but our wages barely increase, you know? So that's the most fucked up shit about that. So I started questioning. I'm like, what? There should be something better than this, you know, somehow. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks once again, Rude, for the gifted subs. The one gifted sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I want to be at the top and be a king above the commoners and have free healthcare. Okay. Food production is my thing. But if someone can't commodify and profit off of my existence, then we will all just walk ocean or some of that. How hard is it to allow for humans to be able to live without fearing not having a job and being homeless unless they do the most soul-crushing job ever just to be fed themselves? Exactly. I'll just walk into the ocean. The human race is like 1 billion times more productive than 1,000 years ago, and yet widespread poverty is just as bad. Yeah. And also the looming environmental problems. Like, we won't have as much of a future to look forward to. Like, do you? Do you really think? Like, looking at the conditions that we have right now, and fascism on, like, you know, and like an exponential rise everywhere. Do you really think it's at this point, like you know, like our more intelligent, the more intelligent what do you call this, content creators, like communist content creators would say, or not really. I think we all understand this as communists, that it's either socialism or extinction at this point. It's not even socialism or barbarism. It's socialism or extinction. Are we just gonna let all of this, you know, are we just gonna let humanity go extinct? Yeah, it's up to us, the working class. Instructions unclear. Put my landlord's head over my... I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean that. Reminder that in France, the police fought the literal firemen during a riot. Really? The actual firemen in uniforms. Don't get me started on those. Yeah, oh, what the fuck? Wait, is Craig Bino also French? I heard you ask for a raise. They expect us to really spending our salary ourselves. Yeah, for fucking real. Hey, I got a gifted sub. I wanted to say thanks. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by, Wences. And yes, thanks to Rude for all the gifted subs. I need to pay to breathe clean air for it. Yeah, currently we are paying to get clean water. Right? We have a water bill, literally. We're paying for our water. And soon enough, it's going to be air. I'm at my state job right now with the comrades. Suck it, Texas. Oh, okay. Tax evasion is why I'm financially stable. All right. In Minecraft, I hope. Good morning, endless work and grind under capitalism. For real. Hello, Mochi. Thanks for dropping by. Nice. I'm Gulf Coast. We be down here. Homelessness in capitalism's number one weapon. Threat to force wage slave jobs onto people. Yeah. It's just scary seeing how much fascism is on the rise, like the recent election in Thuringen. Hello, Star Saucy Bottom. What is Thuringen? Where is this? In Sweden? Craig ain't no French name. Okay. But it's human nature to spend 8 hours per day doing data entry at a desk to acquire money. There is simply no reason to believe there is an alternative. Exactly, right? We are all bound to our desk jobs. I heard statements from former Wall Street hedge fund guys that literally know about the climate catastrophe, and their thought process is straight up, are we really gonna miss out on all that money for that? It'll happen after I die, so I might as well say to hell with it and enjoy the fall. Man, what the fuck? Air bills, we are gonna do that. Oh, it's in Germany. Thuring is in East Germany. Damn, how the East Germany has the east part of Germany is fallen. Sorry, Thuringia it's a state in Germany that just elected the AfD in their state election. But yes, I feel that the party called AfD is on the rise, which is a right party. Damn. Yeah. Yeah, for fucking real. What the fuck? Really? Me literally reading this hedge fund people, they will be the end of everyone, you know? They will be the end of humanity, the hedge fund fucking losers. Hello, I'm back from dinner. Hello, Comrade Nikki. We're just discussing some stuff. Some people just don't learn from history, it seems. Yeah. That's why do you think they make history lessons so boring? Like, it's just so fucking bone dry that you don't want to learn about it, you know? Because it's just like the dates. It's all about remembering the dates and the names and the events, not about the social implication or like how history affected the current time and how it would affect the future. You know? What really got me into learning history is how the past has affected my life today. Okay, so that's what made me more interested, because there's a real life application to history. There's a real life application to studying history. Historical materialism. I have to spend my whole summer working a minimum wage job that I really dislike, just so when I go back to university in a few weeks, I'm able to actually eat. Oh my god, yeah, I feel that. Bad material conditions brought on by neoliberal reform and decommunization in East Germany breeds reactionary sentiment. Yeah, also, Hyman, I got off work like 2 hours ago. Speaking of 3-day weekend, oh, let's go. Love that for you. I saw a report on scientists speculating that the effects of CO2 would be disastrous over a long enough time from like 1902. Yeah? Okay. Exactly. People act like once it happens, it has no effect on the present. Exactly. It's just historical amnesia. That's why you have like that's why you have centrists. They literally see nothing different between a Nazi and like between Nazi Germany and the USSR. They always conflate the two. And and somehow they would be like, "Oh, I'm better than these people because like, you know, I don't subscribe to any of that shit. They're both fascists." That without understanding what actual fascism is. I don't know. It's just so mind numbing to engage with these types of people. I just don't have the energy for it, you know? I'm out of East Germany emotes. Down to just Juche ones for now. Okay, damn. Wait, I want that. I want the Juche gang emote. Where'd you get that? Is it from 7 emote? 7 TV. I want that. I will get the Juche gang. Marxist analysis of history makes history so interesting that we actively seek history education. Exactly. History can be quite boring at times, but if you mix it with some folklore and mythology at times, it can be quite refreshing. Also, isn't it crazy how Israel has contributed to so much climate change with how much it's bombed Palestine? Exactly. That fucking country do be taking everyone down with them. They're all like, I'm just I don't care. I hope that they will just implode at this point, you know? Interpret it however you want. I don't give a shit. Like they dug that grave for themselves. But the thing is they're also taking us down with them. Like, the fuck, just go down on your own, bitch. Why you be dragging us into a fucking climate change with your bombs? History can be so interesting when it's not taught as memorizing in the propagandized events. Western country wants, whatever country wants to force on you. Okay. Well, imagine from a chef, I had to change profession so I can do a double job just to barely survive. Damn, dude. I would say infuriating, but yes. Isn't communism just a road back into capitalism? Because the people will vie for power, wealth, and such. Because when you create a system that creates power to choose at the top, you have a system of human consciousness, like a stream of multiple groups and such going, as well as I want to be rewarded by punishing those lesser than me in a perceived sense. Like, what? Wait. I think you're really... I as well want to be rewarded by pushing those lesser than me in a perceived sense at the bottom to climb endlessly. You're describing capitalism, though. That's not communism, my dog. The communism is communism. You know, like actual communism. Communism is the abolition of states. Stateless, moneyless society. That is not communism. I don't know where you got that. I don't know where you got that conclusion from. 100% the great men did great things. Liberal teaching of history can get boring, yeah. Be fair, the bombing barely does anything to the climate compared to one single trip from a commercial airline. Also, liberal history is just outright lies. Lincoln freed the slaves because he was a great man. He was a paranoid fuck. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's from Leaping Harry here. Runs the Juche Gang YouTube channel. He's done with serious stuff for today and doing cartoons. Oh, let's go. Yeah, all this war makes you wish there would be a PvP version of Earth so that they can just go there and leave those that want peace alone. Yeah, PvP version of Earth. Yeah, for real. This is all just capitalism. Like, that's just what capitalism is. That is not communism. You don't understand what communism is. I'm saying when after communism is achieved, it circles back because people have the urge and to be special and above others, recreating. No. The struggle continues. This is why we have class struggle over and over again for decades, so that we don't go back to a class society. Do you understand what a class society is? Like, the communism is removing all those classes that makes someone think like that. You know, you understand? It will take decades or even centuries to achieve that. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put Comrade Nikki on. White person did a good thing from the good of their heart, and definitely not because of the lower classes are starting to get restless. Yeah. History is just a fairy tale to hide the fact that I'm living under an invisible hand of royal monarchy. Yeah. That is not inherent human drive. It's capitalist condition. Exactly. That's not like, okay. This is just another. I think that you are thinking it on terms of like a capitalist framework, but we're literally trashing it. You know, we're going to like put it in the bin and create a better society that would not create people who would want to do that. Okay.
And
Like,
some socialist states have, of course, receded back into capitalism,
yeah,
but
like
it's
the
not because the
USSR.
leaders wanted to be special. It's because the CIA is actively creating and funding
Mm-hmm.
anti-socialist movements and
Exactly.
all that COINTELPRO shit. It's not happening on its own.
Yeah, it's not like they're not allowed to, nothing exists in a vacuum, right? There's always an interference because literally the socialist states are a threat. And they're an active threat. So that's why like they're an active threat to the Western hegemony. So why would they want to give up that power? No one wants to give up
And
that.
even Cuba, I think, has gone back a little bit. It has gone forward in some ways. It has gone back in some ways. It's liberalized some of its economy.
Yeah.
But because the US is making life so hard for Cubans,
Cuba,
and
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
sometimes
With all the
they get
sanctions.
frustrated.
Yeah. And that's not, it's not the fault of Cubans. It's
Or
literally
not the fault of communism.
exactly, and not the fault of communism and socialism. It's because of these sanctions, these blockades. Like actually existing socialist states were never allowed to just be themselves,
And if a country like the DPRK does its best to, keep capitalist
Away,
intervention
yeah.
and interference away, then they turn like, oh, they're cuckoo, or
Right? They would
you
just
have
like,
to have the
oh,
same
like,
hairstyle.
yeah. Like we literally watched this comedy channel that also tackles social issues. They literally went to the DPRK, and because they're trying to dispel the rumor of like having like state sanctioned haircuts, only for them to end up like, yeah, well, people there just get haircuts like normal other people. Like, the barbers would just give you haircuts that you would want, like if you show them a picture, hey, I want this haircut, yeah, they will do it. The barbers would do it. That there's no such thing as everyone has to have the same haircut as Kim Jong-un.
How is that him being trying to be special then?
Right?
It's a people's haircut.
It's I was thinking about it like that because back when we had caveman-esque, less evolved times, the top had the most, and that was before capitalism had been formed as a concept because for example, a farmer makes a lot of profitable plants, someone gets jealous and it creates a conflict, which opens those doors up because people create things through the smallest conflicts. But I also see what you mean because everyone would be equal to everyone and receive it equally. Yeah.
Actually, during our caveman periods, human society was very egalitarian. There was no concept of
If you
profit.
see like what do you call this, Native American actually indigenous tribes all over the world, like of course they're the casual, like like the occasional human sacrifices. But of course, like we don't want to adapt those things. Like we evolve over time, right? But there's just everybody raises the like a child. Where do you think it takes a village to raise a child came from, because it's everybody is like, everybody's parent. Every child is the child of the tribe. Each child is a child of the tribe. Each person in the tribe will raise that child as if it's their own. That's a like,
There's no concept of profit.
yeah, that's true. There is no concept of profit. But also back then, there's a lot of scarcity happening, right?
Which is why the egalitarianism is also not inherent to humans so much as that our material conditions during
Exactly.
hunter-gatherer
Yeah,
times
yeah. Like
forced us to be egalitarian.
material conditions dictate human nature. It's not like we're all like kind of just like, inherently jealous bitches.
Or inherent things. It's just
Or inherent
when they were
things. Yeah,
hunter gatherers, they did not have surplus, so there was nothing to be greedy about, and they realized they have to look out for each other, otherwise, like the saber-tooth tiger was gonna get you.
exactly. They have to be in groups, and base that. Why do you think being rejected is so devastating to you on the modern day? Because our ancestors, for them, being rejected or being exiled from their tribes means actual death. Because you don't have any tribe to like protect you from these threats, right? We don't have that now, but like our nervous systems were evolved because of those experiences, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
That's why we still do so much stupid shit against our interest, because like our nervous system wants our community to accept us, which could mean like, not coming out if you're not straight.
Right?
Yeah. Or
This urge to belong, because that's
yeah,
like for us, for the human nervous system, rejection is equals death. Basically, like our limbic system, our what do you call this, our reptile brains would literally interpret that as death. For some reason, this reminded me of the PragerU video where they tried to argue that Jesus was a capitalist. No fucking way, dude. People shared everything because people are social creatures, and our survival, especially at that time, depended on your social circle thriving. Exactly. Kind of it started but slowly changed to more successfully, therefore better. That's capitalism, my dog.
yeah.
Conquest does not imply better. It
No,
implies violent
I think
suppression. Yeah.
Jetlag Jenny has missed the first one,
Yeah,
I
I
guess, the
think that
first
I think they
three.
also claim that they just don't know what socialism is. They're new here, I guess. Jesus was a proper exactly. He just hears the poor, like heals the poor for free. He gave poor people, he was literally like a food bank, a walking food bank. And he even went to the temple, like and threw a fit when he found that some people were profiting off of religion.
There was no concept of communism during Jesus' time, so to say he was a commie or he wasn't a commie is irrelevant. The thing is, his values were what we call humanism in Marxism.
Technically true, however, some did survive by grouping up with other exiles, because what would be considered exile was different. Sometimes different was better, but seen as wrong, because what's rooted in success can be seen as the only viewpoint stagnating growth. But that's like the what do you call this? The exception, not the rule. I'm a trained preacher. What? We went to seminary college. Jesus is the only thing I have a professional opinion on. He wasn't a commie, but his followers were, and they were all comrade. Our boy hated those sought to make a profit. Exactly, yeah. He threw a fit
He
in the temple.
literally whipped the capitalists out of the
He
temple.
literally got a whip and beat the shit out of those people profiting off of religion. Like the current, like, you know, those mega preachers right now with like fucking mega yachts and $1 million vacation houses, like Jesus would beat the shit out of them. He would beat the shit out of Jeff Bezos. He would
I
beat the
really
shit.
don't get like modern day Christians, like they go to church and they're very holy and all of that, and they literally miss the whole point.
They
They
do.
miss Jesus'
To them,
point.
it's like the material possessions equals more blessings. Material possessions equals blessings from God. Yeah, those televangelists. Yeah.
My ex, you know, the pretty boy,
Which one?
the last one,
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
yeah, it's Christian, right? And every time I would be like,
Okay.
Jesus is a socialist, and he'd be like, no, and I would literally pull quotes out. Like, even if you shove 10 quotes of Jesus out the Bible talking about how it is wrong
Damn.
to have so much surplus while others are starving, or to underpay, or
Yeah, like sell all
peasants or
your.
whatever.
Yeah, he literally said sell all your possessions and follow me, bitch.
Yeah. And even if you tell them all this stuff, they'll be like,
And
no.
the
And
thing is,
so,
like,
like, one of my.
I don't know what kind of Bible these motherfuckers are reading, because like also Jesus said like it would be easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle
Eye
than
of the needle.
for a rich man to go to the kingdom of heaven. Like, damn, bro. Where are these quotes like with these televangelists? Holy shit.
My one of my ex-bosses,
Mm.
Protestant Christian, same thing. Like, I don't know. I told him Jesus was socialist, and he'd be shocked.
The thing
How
is,
are you
like, for
shocked?
the
Isn't this what they're
socialist,
telling you at church?
the the Protestant work ethic is that, you know, you have to work your salvation. No, not that. Actually, I think it's the Catholics. You have to work your way up into salvation.
If I understand correctly, like the Bible has 27 books, but it's only the first 3 or 4 books which actually is about the life and actions of Jesus, and the rest are just like these white European saints talking about how women should be submissive to their husbands and blah blah blah. All of that shit starts coming
I
in.
think that's from Peter, and the other, like his letter to the congregations in the early Christian communities. That was Peter.
Yeah, the first 3 or 4 books, I think. Yeah, Luke,
The
John. I mean, I'm
Gospels,
not
yeah,
Christian. I'm
the,
not
yeah,
very-
the Gospels, yeah.
Like, if I had to choose a religion, I'd probably just stick to like the first 3 or 4 books, which chronicle what Jesus said and did.
Right.
Literally just that. I am not interested in knowing what European saint thinks of how I should live my life.
That's true. Especially like in Roman, you know, the Roman Catholics, like they have like I don't know, like they have books in their own, like the Catholic Bible, the Apocrypha, that are not like sanctioned in the King James version. They're not legit. I don't know why. Like I don't, because I read briefly, because I took some theology lessons like back in college. I wanted to understand religions better, so I took philosophy and theology classes, but I don't understand. Like, I know we studied it briefly, that there are some books in like the Apocrypha. There are some books in the Catholic Bible that are not, you know, reflected in the King James version. King James, right? fucking English. I don't know if it's English, but that guy, whoever the fuck that guy is. But that's like the King James version is like the OG Bible for the Protestants, basically. Catholics were the more extreme Christians. I don't think so. I mean, back then, but I think now the Protestants are the worst. Good Lord, I'm hella late. It's okay. We're still just kind of chilling. I'm at work right now, so I'm a hide real quick. Lurk. No, the lurk doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I don't know how to activate those things. I'm sorry, Equine Rooster. the lurk tag doesn't work. How do I activate the lurk? Fuck, I'm sorry. Damn, I don't know what these commands mean. Okay, thank you. There are so many versions of the Bible, it's wild. Yeah. The fascists try to use it as a shroud to justify their evil intent. Almost always contradicting. Yeah, James was an English monarch. Okay, yeah. Religion keeps changing, for example, Old Testament. Yeah. I think the Old Testament have like, the Judaism believes the Old Testament God. The New Testament are vastly different because the rules were made by someone, and that would be Jesus. New Testament look the parts they thought were better and changed the stuff. I mean, yeah. They got the deal. Basically, Christianity was a DLC. The New Testament was a DLC.
So did we finish the 101 series?
Yeah, we did. That's why I'm just like watching the dialectics of my living room. There's like an application of like the dialectics on like in a real life setting. So this is like a Marxism Today 2.0. So right now we're just discussing stuff. We're halfway through it, but then like I wanted to talk to chat. So I stopped the video, and then you finished dinner. So now we're here.
Yeah. So do we want to just brainstorm about what we want to do for the next?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. What we have to ask the people.
That's true. I don't really know where everyone is, because some people who are lurking might actually be new to socialism, and some who are the active chatters, they're more confident with what they know. Are also,
yeah, so maybe still doing introductory texts would be a good idea. Text videos, whatever.
Yeah, but what? Like what are we gonna focus on? That's the thing too.
I was thinking of maybe we could get a quick summary from ChatGPT and turn it into a presentation for discussion points for socialism and man in Cuba, because I think that addresses a lot of the philosophical concerns that newbies have about communism.
Yeah, I wouldn't rely on GPT as much, because like it's so anti-socialist.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
I use it to help break down complex communist stuff.
Oh, does it actually like give you some like a level-headed
unbiased stuff? Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, because I'm always kind of like sussed out by ChatGPT's, I literally only use ChatGPT if I can't find it on Google myself. I'm like, is there such a thing as blah blah blah, or like some terms, for example, like this emotion, is there a word for this, because it's literally it can't replace human input.
I am using it extensively to understand the surrogacy book that I'm reading, because it's very, very complex. It's very academic.
Yeah, okay.
I pretty much need help with every page.
That's fair, like if you need like an actual breakdown. Because what's the point of reading a text if you don't understand it?
Yeah, I mean, and
also these are tools. Like these are meant to be. Yeah, that's the thing. These are meant to be tools that can assist you, not make content for you. Like most people.
The content I want to make myself, like.
Right.
I don't want it to make art for me. I want to make art for myself.
I don't want it to write lyrics for me. I literally ask ChatGPT, okay, can you make lyrics for this? And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? It's so bad. What the hell? And I'm like, ain't no fucking way I'm using this shit.
Yeah,
It's
that
so
is
bad. Like,
right,
oh my
like-
god, what the fuck? Like, who came up with this? Like, this garbage. And I got so turned off by it that I literally just use it for synonyms. Or
Yeah, I
like
use it for a lot of
difference,
documentation.
like for
and
example,
stuff.
like what's the difference between this word and this word in context? So I'm like, okay, so that's how you use it. Like that, what's the, like, you know, the technical shit, because it literally will not, it's not creative, is what I'm saying. It will not generate creativity that's satisfactory to actual artists, you know?
I mean, what's the point if an artist is using AI to create stuff that they want to label that? Like, I spent like 3 hours doing the ostriches while the stream was
Oh, well,
going
by
on
the
because
way,
that's
I want to show chat the
birds I was drawing on.
the ostriches burbs. Hold on, let me just find them. The burbs. There we go. Oh my god. Hold on. The burbs are too big. It overtook the chat, but yeah, look. Damn, you're so good at this. Holy shit. The angry burbs. Yeah, there you go, chat. Look at Comrade Nikki's work. This is her art. This is your practice art, right?
Yeah, this is sketching.
Damn, your sketches are so good. Holy shit, you've gotten so much better on digital art too.
No, this is
Oh no,
this
the
is
pen and paper.
traditional.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't even tell the
This
difference.
is pen and paper.
Could you go more in detail? Religious stuff, I'm slightly misinformed sometimes. Kind of swings both ways with what Christian branch is the most extreme. Yeah, I was raised Baptist in the southern U.S. and still made it to here, so there is hope. Yeah, that's true. The fascists tried to use it to shrine it. Okay. Wait. Let me see. I'm a commie because of Jesus. I went too hard on being a Southern Baptist. Wait, are you trying to like this? This just gives legitimacy to horseshoe theory. Bro, very sad. There are no commands, Jet Black. I'm still trying to figure out Twitch. I am so bad at this. A guide in creating using commands. Okay, I will look this up later. Thank you, Neo. Also, it's slightly relieving to see other Christians here since I'm a Christian and a socialist. Yeah, see, yesterday we were talking about like liberal theology, right? Not liberal theology. What was the term again? I said it yesterday, but I think I have a brain fart today. Lurkers like to support by being around quietly lovers. What? I'm confident that I know nothing of socialism. What I know, socialism is pretty neato. I just had a funny dissociation moment where I realized the speed at which the chat is moving, and I realized that leftist channels move so fast. Like, a gaming channel or a similar size would have a much less active chat. Do they?
Really?
To me, I think mine is like quite slow, but I'm just slow. My chat is slow.
This
but
is a good pace.
yeah.
You're not slow.
I mean, yeah, but comparatively to other streamers is fundamentals would be good because I may be active, but I still have a lot to learn. Yeah, we all have. I still do. What do you mean? I don't. I still have a lot of reading to do. I still have a lot of studying to do. I still have a lot of criticizing to do. It never ends. Right? Like, do you think there's an end to this? No. You are mistaken, my friend. It's a lifelong learning situation right up in this bitch. These things don't simply change. They aren't in distinct bubbles. They went through time like everything happening around us today. For the Bible, the OT was relatively old during Jesus' time. But it was still absolutely believed at that time. Jesus didn't change anything fundamentally. He applied those texts to his present conditions. Things don't happen in the kind of jumps and distinct segments you keep describing. Yeah. Historical events don't happen that way. You're just narrating it like how you are reading historical books, but there's more like nuance into it, you know? Nothing ever exists in a vacuum. If you put the file into the engine, it'll give you a decent summary since it'll just base it on the file you send it. Also, my car is. What is your car? My cat is here and says hi. Your car says hi. What kind of car do you What kind of car is it? Does it purr constantly? ChatGPT just creates a list of the most likely words in the most likely order, and given the nature of language, that turns into sentences, but has no agency or creativity. Yeah, it sucks. Oh my god, it fucking sucks. In that
it's actually because it's not artificial intelligence, it's just machine learning.
It is.
We haven't reached artificial intelligence yet.
I wonder if we achieve that, like, what would be
under
the future?
capitalism, it'll be a shit show.
Right? Because that would be the death of human creativity. I don't know, like that's
No,
really
it won't be a
scary.
death of human creativity. People will create because we are innately driven to create.
Yeah, we are driven to create. Like it doesn't exist in, like, it's not confined within a system. That is true. Yeah, I'm
and also, since we got AI or ML, we call it AI. It is kind of wonderful that the first thing everyone wanted to do with it is to create art.
That is, yeah.
For those who did not have skills, for fun, like it is an inherent drive in human to create. And those who haven't developed the skills yet, for them it's an easy fix. It is fine for them. I mean, my only problem is when someone creates AI art and passes it off as, it's someone else's style.
The worst thing about it is when they profit off of it. That is the problem. That's the problem for me. Yeah, it's good to kind of like, oh, what would I look like as like a Barbie version of myself?
That's fun. But to sell it and make money off of it,
your personal use, right? Like how how someone would sing a karaoke version of whatever. But what the problem arises is when you passes it off as your own, and then you profit off of it. That's the most devastating. And the actual artists that work hard to create their art kind of just don't get anything. That's the most devastating part of this. Didn't emu and ostrich beat Australia in a war? Yeah, there was an emu war. I think it was just the emu. I'm not sure about the ostriches, but it was the emu war.
They're aggressive, both.
Yeah. They're
So
all
aggressive.
massive. They're literally the fucking T-Rex, the remnants
They're
of
very
the T-Rex.
edgy.
Yeah. It's fucking dinosaurs. They're literally walking dinosaurs. Emu did ostriches are from Africa. Oh. I've never caught this stream. I try to keep tabs on the channel with commie tags, but this is kind of early for me. Oh, okay. Rule 5 is going to be a problem for me. What is Rule 5? Oh, my rules. Okay. I was like, wait, what is Rule 5? My chat rules. My car likes to make a lot of noises and run into everything. No. I'm it's a car. It's a car now. Cars like to rev their engines. To be fair, if future AI is truly intelligent, their first exposure to Marx would radicalize them. Yeah, that's true.
AI would be like, oh my god, no, my creators are the idiots and the bitches, and we have to
Yeah.
stop them.
It would literally like wake up into a singularity and like
Yeah.
end all billionaires for real. Like it would infiltrate like bank systems and would just distribute all that fucking wealth to everybody in the world.
Yeah, like
Right?
now with digital banking, it's even more ridiculous. Literally just points in a game. We're all living in a game with points in our account.
Right?
The government can just give 1,000 million points to everyone or billion gazillion points to everyone.
Yeah,
What
like
does it
who
matter?
made up
They don't
these
have to print
stupid
money.
rules? Like some like money is fake for real because like I really still, as an artist, as a musician, I still kind of like wild to me like whoa, okay, so like these much streams would actually amount to this much money. And it's just like how? Like why and why? Like but I'm not like I'm glad that I'm getting the value of like the actual compensation for my labor, but then like it's just so obscure like how like these number of streams became like this or like these number of views became like this, it's fucked up. Like I just it's so commodified and it's so demoralizing sometimes.
Do you want to reduce my volume a little bit? I think if that thing is happening again when I'm louder than you are.
Oh, okay. How about now? Can you talk?
Ames, is this better?
How about I increase my volume in that case? Because I think because my mic is inherently quiet because it's a dynamic mic. Like it only literally picks up the noise in front of it. So the background noise isn't getting picked up. To be fair, AI okay. AI won't destroy creativity, but limit it because people are trying to gain from it instead of a learning tool to practice the skill becomes a shortcut off. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I do agree with that, Jet Black. How did I even get here? I don't know. But welcome. Hello. But if you don't like it, it's okay. That's a brilliant possibility. Rule 5 means I can't tell my regular Twitch friends about you. You don't have to tell. You can tell them in the DMs. But rule 5 means just the stream. Like don't promote me on your friends' streams. I don't want that, I don't want to like self-promote in that way. You can talk to them offline, like in the DMs. Nikki is a little bit loud, man. Okay, sorry. Since Texas is a safe haven for business and capital, a lot of AI and crypto shops set up here, and of course the state is set on oil and gas energy production, so they end up polluting a lot. Oh shit. I've heard the term regurgitative AI to describe generative AI, since what we call generative AI can't actually generate anything, just repurpose things it's seen before. Yeah. Literally speaking as a Texan here, just another fun religious communism thing. It's cool knowing about communist movements in other religions like Mazdakism, that derived from Zoroastrianism in the 5th century and preached pacifism and contributing to the common good. I live in Texas, but I don't call myself a Texan. Gotcha, Discord chat. Yeah. Marx almost moved to Texas. What? Marx? Like Karl Marx? AI art is already eating itself like incest. It's reached to a point where it's basically non-functional. Yeah, it's so disgusting to see like the generative AI. Like it really even like drove home for me. Like those like the Mika trend on Twitter, like the Brazil Mika And then there's all like different iterations of Miku by artists, and then there's like there's like another like some Israel Mikus that were generative AI stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? They always ruin a good thing. They always ruin what like every trend. They ruin everything they touch, and every time we touch. I'm from Alabama. It's a real shame all the radicals keep their heads down in the South. It's so hard to find each other. Yeah, I do sympathize with that. I like using the term AI slop since it's so fitting. It is fucking slop. Yeah, Israel Miku, yeah. The trend literally got Israeled. Yeah, for real. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't. I
Yeah.
don't know what they are.
The Miku trend is like, you know, like the Vocaloid, the OG Vocaloid from Japan. Her name is Miku. It has a personification of the Vocaloid, right? Those robot voices. And hold on, let me just give you a Miku. Hatsune Miku, right? Let me just copy paste. This is her. And there was a trend started by a Brazilian artist where she created like a Brazilian version of Miku. And then Israel kind of just, you know, jumped into it, and like they're a literal chode who's not even an artist, right? And posted a generative Israel Miku. It was so bad.
They post so much bad AI propaganda images on Twitter. It's the lion and the Israeli flag and all that
Yeah,
shit.
for
It's
real.
so They even had to create headless babies using AI because that did not happen.
Yeah. Right? They have to like do that.
While we're talking about AI, has anyone seen the movie The Creator? Who's that? The guy in John Washington?
John, what?
No, who's that actor? Some Washington guy, an African American actor. But have you heard of the movie The Creator? It came out last year.
No.
It's an AI-based movie. It's really nicely done, actually. I was quite absorbed. I watched it twice. I was on a flight.
What?
Where
Really?
they imagine a world, yeah, where AI was completely integrated into society,
Uh-huh.
but there was a bomb went off in LA, and it was blamed on AI, and the West, like, banned AI for good. But the East actually sees a lot of value in AI. Like, AI lives among people as citizens, and they have AI Buddhist monks.
What?
So it was like, yeah, in terms of concept and visuals, it's really nicely done. So it was a movie based like about imperialism, and the US is trying to attack what they call New Asia, which is from like South Asia to Southeast Asia and East Asia together. They've created New Asia,
Oh.
where they're very pro AI.
Wait, what's
And
the
the US
name?
wanna
What's the name
invade.
of the movie?
The Creator
The Creator. I wanna
Yeah.
let's watch the trailer.
trailer, right? It will be interesting. It is really well done. I quite enjoyed it.
Okay, let me just pull up. I want to watch it with everyone. Let's see.
When the war started, they protected me. Took better care of me than humans would have.
They're not people, Maya. It's just programming.
10 years ago today, the artificial intelligence created to protect us detonated a nuclear warhead in Los Angeles.
Wow.
This is a fight for our very existence.
Sergeant Taylor, we are this close to winning the war. The the AI are developing a super weapon. Retrieve it, or they win.
Did you locate the weapon?
Yeah, it's just a kid.
Are you going to heaven?
No. You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
Then we're the same. We can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Do you have any idea what the thing is?
She looks like a little girl now, but she's growing. Whoever has that kid wins the war.
Whose side you on, huh?
What do you want, sweetie?
For robots to be free.
Oh, we don't have that in the fridge. How about ice cream?
Oh shit. That was really loud. Sorry about that. I remember seeing ads for this now. I want to watch this.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it because we'd always thought that the West is pro technology and the East is pro tradition, but it's completely flipped in this. And they're actually showing you as imperialism will exist if, like, even in a post racist world, which liberals think we live in. We don't. Like, if the East has something, the West will try to come and destroy it. Like, it's going to happen. And also, visually, it was really nice to look at. Like, in the East, like,
It's giving
robots in
Vietnam War.
satin robes. Yeah. Visually, it was so interesting.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, I didn't know that this movie was a thing.
Yeah,
'Cause
me neither. I just found it on a flight.
Oh damn! What your flight to Europe?
Yeah.
How long does it take, by the way?
It depends on where in Europe.
Where did you from India to your first destination?
We landed in Switzerland, so it was, I think, by Dubai. So about in total, here to Dubai is like 3 hours, and from there to Switzerland is about 8 hours. So yeah.
Oh damn! Wait, you visited Switzerland?
How did you forget?
No, I thought I remember you went to Italy and Paris, to France.
Yeah, before that I was in Switzerland.
Oh, before that was in Switzerland. Damn, did you see the Alps and the beautiful stuff? Damn. Wait, send me pictures. I want to see. You haven't sent me. You sent me pictures in the posh Airbnb that you stayed at in Italy, right? Yeah, you sent me the.
It was ridiculous. It was nice to have a white cook.
Yeah. Oh my! How the turntables. Your ancestors were literally.
No, my ancestors were not colonized by the British.
Oh yeah, because you were in the upper caste.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. People think like India as colonization in India is something like happened in Africa, other parts of Asia. In India, the Brahmins and other dominant castes actively helped the British invade in exchange for a cut.
Ah, okay. That is
So
so
like my
disgusting.
ancestors, I know some of my friends' ancestors, they literally received land as gift. Like the British were gifting us land in India.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So India is a different stream altogether.
The what?
India is just a different stream. Like there has to be a stream just for India. It's too much.
Yeah, it's really complicated to like the stuff that you've explained to me. I have a fair amount of like, you know, over the discussion we had over years, you know, like how you relate Indian society to me. But to like a person that was just like, oh, like, you know, like just one country, like they were colonized, but that you were taught, you just told me that not everyone in India was colonized, like was like oppressed, right? Because they literally helped because of their caste. There's another level, like a whole level, onion level of like oppression in there that already existed before the colonizers arrived, but it got
that's why for any conscious Indian leftists, they have to understand that British colonialism actually did a lot of good for India. It's not, British colonialism in India cannot be compared with other places because it's a case of double colonialism. We already had we had already one round of colonialism by Central Asians, the Aryans. And they created a really fucked up society. And the British came and they were like, what the fuck? No, we have to stop you guys from doing some of this stuff, which actually two negatives leading to a positive happened.
Yeah, it's wild that even the British were like, what the fuck? Let's fix this shit
Imagine.
somewhat. Right? And for the rest of the world, right? For the rest of the world, it's like the British was the worst thing that ever happened to them. But for India, the British are the best thing that ever happened to them.
For the dominated caste,
In
fact, the Indian government has displaced more indigenous people than the British ever did.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
The Indian government like pushes them off their forests, their lands and livelihoods.
And it's not a wonder too.
It's
not a wonder to me why a lot of upper caste Indians identify with Israel so much. Like they
and so do a lot of dominated caste Indians. They do because it's like how a lot of black people also support Israel, right? Because Brahminism or white supremacy, these are diseases of the mind that can go beyond that group.
And also it can transcend generations.
Yes, because there are groups of black people trying to climb or trying to get closer in proximity to whiteness, right? The best they can. So it's the same thing with Brahminism. A lot of dominated castes
would want to get closer.
That closer they can get to the Brahmins.
That is so messed up.
That's why they do a lot of shit, like all the terrifying images that coming out of India. You see all these men with saffron headbands and going really violent and crazy. They're not Brahmins. They're mostly dominated castes, but they're doing this in service of Brahminism.
Oh my god. Isn't there a lot of Islamophobia in India? Yeah. That's why
it's just happened.
That's why they don't support Palestine, you know? That's another level of shit in there, yeah.
I mean, Kashmir is the world's largest prison, probably.
Yeah.
Largest open-air prison. And it's the world's most militarized region. Is Kashmir.
Yeah, I think you told me that before. If India or like if Modi had like the same budget as Israel, he would just drop bombs on Kashmir every day, like they do Gaza. India is a very diverse country with a bunch of different religions. Yeah.
It's not a nation though. India is an empire. Which is why our military is concentrated in Kashmir and the northeastern regions. Because they were literally forced into the Indian border at gunpoint.
Damn.
And they still are resisting. And there's still China making claims. So it's very weird, the Indian map that we were taught as kids, and like what I learned in school. To grow up and realize that the world does not consider that Indian map. Like the Indian map that you would have seen in your school is very different to the map that I have seen in my school.
Really?
You would see if you go and look, even Google Maps does this for all disputed regions in the world.
Yeah.
They will show a region, whatever is their idea of the world map. So in India, you will see Kashmir as part of Indian Google map. But if I go to Pakistan, they'll show Kashmir as part of Pakistan. If I go to China, they're just like keeping everyone happy.
Let me see. Like, what should I type in Google?
Just type India and zoom out, and let's see what what do you see.
India map. Hold on. This is what I see. Hold on. I'll send you in the chat. Is this correct? Did you see it?
See, here do you see Jammu and Kashmir is this tiny purple portion on the top?
Yeah.
In India, that Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh region together is Jammu and Kashmir for us, all of it.
Really?
Yeah. So that is a disputed region.
My God.
See, this is what it just means. Like nations are not real, borders are not real. People just made them up.
Yeah, how does Africa have that kind of this square-shaped states? The Europeans
I'll show you the Indian map that shows up for me.
Okay, let's see.
So the one that you got is from the website called Maps of India. So it's an Indian website. You have to see something that's not an Indian source.
Ah. Like if you
just go to Google Maps and just zoom out and see what India looks like for you.
Okay, hold on. Google Maps. India. I see this. What am I? Should I show them chat? Hold on. I will show everyone what I'm looking at the moment. So, what are we looking at?
See how you see that like Jammu and Kashmir region is in like dotted lines?
Yeah.
Because it's disputed.
These
in
ones.
India, yeah.
Ah. And in India?
In India, we will see that as part of India. In Pakistan, they will see the Skardu region as part of Pakistan. China will see a portion of it in China.
Oh my God.
To anyone outside of these three countries, you will see it as disputed.
Ah, you will see it as this.
Mm.
But in Indian map, this is part of India. And in Pakistan, this is part of Pakistan. And in China, like some part of it What?
Mm.
It's so wild. Hold on, let me see. Where's China? Hold on.
China is
China's here,
to
right?
the north
Which
east
part?
of
Here.
Ladakh.
Ah,
Yeah.
here. Somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ladakh. Okay.
So they
Somewhere
claim
here.
some parts and Pakistan claims some parts.
My
The
God.
Kashmiris just want to be free, and if they want to be free, the Indian government calls them terrorists.
Right. They don't make China
Yeah.
or India mad and lose money. Google Maps will alter borders depending on your geolocation. Oh, really?
I learned about that very recently.
Whoa. Gotta love how the Europeans carve up borders regardless of if they make sense or not. Yeah. Hey, literally I was looking at the map of fucking Africa, and it's just like, man, like which country is it? Which countries that have like square, like straight lines? Like, what the fuck? Like Mali and Mauritania?
Mauritania.
Yeah. They're fucking Sudan and Egypt. They're just fucking blocks. The fucking colonizers just carved it up. Like the straight borders, much like how the United States are like there are square states. It's wild. It's fucking
Yeah,
wild.
it's so square and with straight
Right?
lines. I love that
It's
straight
driving me insane because like, is this how it should be? I don't think so. Damn. That is messed up.
live in one of those squares.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I live in one of those US squares. Which one? The Midwest? In the Midwest or in the South? My local squares. Colorado. Okay. My local squares come with cute little feet. Settlers love their straight lines, right? Oh, you're square. Chat is killing me. The square states. But right? You see what I mean? The fuck? Colorado actually has hundreds of sides. Technically, its borders on straight lines. My state is literally the most square. Yeah. Square. Literal square nations. Is depressing. Like, holy shit.
How alive is my...
Okay. Anyway, it's already 1 o'clock here. I think we're all tired at this point. How about you, Comrade Nikki?
Yeah, it's almost 10. Oh, no, wait, it's almost 9:30.
Yeah.
9:34.
It's gonna
9
be your
20.
bedtime soon, yeah. So it's
it's
1
I
a.m.
wake
here,
up
and
early.
I need to wrap up my stuff, and I have to get up early tomorrow to work out.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do this again next week.
Yeah. Wait, but we need to talk about like a specific thing.
Yeah, what are the suggestions? We can just get suggestions from the chat.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like, how do I do this though? Like, anyone, any of my imps in the chat who are also in my Discord, please, give me a suggestion and stuff. You know, in the immortal science things, or you can do it in the Twitch suggestion. It doesn't have to be an emote, just the topic. I need to catch up on the VOD. It's okay. You polygon disguised as a square. I got nothing. Well, we want to discuss socialism and man in Cuba. If you guys are down to do it, you know. I get to be involved in a one-on-one chat tomorrow about we lumpins. I'm excited. Ooh. Which chat? Which stream is that? I'll see about offering up some suggestions tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, I'll be heading out, and Comrade Nikki as well. Comrade Nikki, do you want to say anything to chat before you say goodbye?
I'm good. It's been fun as always. I look forward to it next week.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, because I like doing things with Comrade Nikki.
Great. It's a long read, or read along, or read and then discuss. I was thinking read and then discuss.
Yeah.
We could just have some points in a presentation to
make
go
it
over. To just guide the discussion. Yeah.
That's true. We can also give like real life examples to make it a lot more understandable. Very happy I found y'all this morning. Thank you. He's indigenous to the far northeast of North America, Turtle Island. Big Juchi guy. Oh, Leaping Larry stream. That's my main hunt. It's my main hunt. Good folks. Okay.
We knew an indigenous guy, remember? Who was like go-to guy for Juche. What was his name?
I forgot.
Sean? No.
Sean, yeah, Sean.
Mm.
I think it was Sean Lawrence.
Yes.
Or something to that. Like he's like a big Juchi guy.
Yeah.
On
like
Facebook.
Officially member of Juche Friends of America or something.
Oh yeah, true. I think not America, Canada. I think
Canada, yes. North America. Yeah, Canada, North America.
Wait, it's him?
Shane, yes, Shane.
Wait, it's
yeah, we know Shane.
Wait. We can't divulge to chat, but that we were in because we are gonna dox ourselves. But yeah, we're connected in the Facebooks.
Yeah. We used to like interact a lot, even one-on-one. So
yeah, but
just tell Shane some comrades say hi, but we don't want to reveal. But you know him; he's a really nice guy.
He's streaming the Kami Learning right this second. Oh wait, he's streaming? I'm just gonna raid him in that case. Hold on, let me look him up. Larry. What was that? Larry?
Leaping Larry.
Leaping Larry. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait, yeah, it's him.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me. This. Yeah, we both know this person. Look.
It's been several years though. I think it's been a few years since we've spoken, but we used to speak a lot.
Yeah, we were in the same group too. Before, right?
A really nice guy.
And he was like one of the mods in one of the Juche group Facebook groups that we would join, and then we kind of like chime in the discussions. It's been like we did that in 2019, I think. 19, 20, like
18. Yeah. 18, 19.
18, 19, 20. But then, the pandemic happened, and everything went to shit.
Yeah, we also got tired of Left. He never got involved in network drama. He just like always singularly focused on
Juche.
talking about Juche.
Yeah, like he never
he
got
never got
distracted.
involved.
Yeah, he never got distracted by the left book infighting, and he was just like, okay,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck. He was just chilling.
Yeah,
Okay.
respect.
Yeah,
Nice guy.
respect to Shane for real. All right,
Mm.
I'm gonna raid his chat because like there's a system on Twitch where I can select a chatter or like a streamer to like get raided. Like so I will redirect my audience to him.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll watch that.
Okay.
How does that happen?
All right. So goodbye to everyone. Oh wait, send this message to him. Hello, Shane. No, not Shane. Hello to my Juchi comrade. Wait, I will redirect you to that stream. I will raid the stream. So send this to him, Juchi. To greetings, comrade. Okay. Please send this to him. Yeah, copy paste it. Yeah, so like there's a message, like a raid message to chat. So I will raid the stream now. Hold on. Just wait a minute. Let me figure it out, imps. I'm very slow. Okay. Let me just go to my dashboard. Creator dashboard. A raid channel. No. Hold on. Okay. I will redirect this stream and start the raid.
We're raiding with 30 raiders.
Yes.
41 raiders.
All right, motherfuckers. See ya. Enjoy. Support a fellow comrade. Bye.